2020, integrando el concepto de vulnerabilidad en el salón de clases. Welcome to everybody that was here yesterday. Bienvenidos a los que nos acompañan hoy. Primero que nada, mi nombre es Juan Hernández, soy el coordinador del programa graduado de Historia aquí en la UPR y coordinador con Tim Loresek y Alana Rodríguez en Michigan de este proyecto de desarrollo curricular que, como les hablábamos ayer, incluye no solamente el simposio sino otra serie de actividades. Incluso today we're going to actually hear from a couple of participants from the World History and Literature Initiative that went to Ann Arbor to develop curriculum and discuss with teachers in Ann Arbor and other parts of Michigan. Estaba por ahí Edras, míralo allí, que está trabajando también con los bibliotecarios de la UPR, tanto del sistema de bibliotecas como del Centro de Investigaciones Históricas, no solamente identificando recursos bibliotecarios, sino también colaboraciones entre bibliotecarios de Michigan y bibliotecarios de la UPR y un sinnúmero más de iniciativas que incluye este proyecto de desarrollo curricular. Noticia para los que no estaban ayer: si necesitan en algún momento usar Wi-Fi, van a buscar en su teléfono, su computadora, la cuenta UPRRP Visitors y el username es simposio.historia, todo en minúscula, y el password es simposio con S mayúscula 2020, todo pegado. Así que simposio.historia, todo en minúscula, simposio con S mayúscula 2020 es el password. Así que nada, so I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker for today. So yesterday, as I said, we always have one keynote from U of M and one keynote from the UPR. So today we're going to have Melody Fonseca, who's a professor here at the Department of Political Science and also works in the Institute for Caribbean Studies. Melody is actually also been, since the summer, part of the project in different ways and actually sort of helped in redeveloping what the symposium is now becoming in terms of gearing it more towards a pedagogical discussion. She did her grad studies at the Universidad Complutense in Spain and also at the Universidad Autónoma in Barcelona, also in Spain. She's now a regular in, I think, probably like half of the Radio Universidad talk shows about political science, about every single topic that you can imagine, especially from Latin American current politics. So it's really a pleasure and an honor to introduce to you Melody.
Okay, good morning all, and buenos dias. It is my pleasure to be with all of you this morning. I want to give a special thanks to Professor Juan Hernandez for inviting me to speak to you today, and also I want to extend my congratulations to all of the participants and organizers for this amazing workshop. Today I'm going to reflect on the concept of vulnerability as it is manifested in the current global local order, and as it is entangled with wider practices of power as coloniality through different dispositives of power as practices of displacement, containing bodies, and the political economy of emotions. My aim here is to delve on different subjects of vulnerability or vulnerabilized subjects, the feminized subject, the racialized subject, the migrant, and the colonial other. I propose to do this by drawing on critical thinkers such as Wendy Brown, Sarah Ahmed, and Nancy Fraser, and their reflections on neoliberalism, the crisis of hegemony of neoliberalism, the politics of emotions. The argument that I plan to develop through this conference is that the current global crisis is a crisis of the hegemony of neoliberalism that is manifested in the construction of vulnerability through this politics of emotions, establishing a discursive order of resentment and rage, and moreover, that is built on the foundation of fear and its relation to vulnerability, white and male fragility, while paradoxically vulneralizing at the same time other subjectivities, restraining their bodies, their spaces, and their movement. These subjectivities are what Franz Fanon theorized as the non-being, or as later developed by Boaventura de Sousa Santos, the subjects living under the abysmal line. My aim is that at the end of this presentation, we also get to see what resistance from the other side and practices of resistance from the other side of the abysmal line might look like. In the cultural politics of emotions, Sarah Ahmed claimed that vulnerability is not an inherent feature of women's bodies. Rather, it is an effect that works to ensure femininity as a delimitation of the movement in public and overroom of the private. Following this, it is possible to say that vulnerability is not an inherent feature of bodies at all. Rather, it is an effect that works to ensure the delimitation of the movement in public space of certain bodies. While claims of the vulnerability of males and whites have been made, the vulnerability discourse works to defend and expand the liberties of these, while rejecting and limiting the liberties of the others. The security liberty of the self is built upon the insecurity and the restriction of the other. Thus, it creates and reinforces proximity danger between bodies. Over the past few years, different political crises have raised the outrage of citizens in different parts of the world. On the one hand, a perverse conservative discourse about life becomes increasingly hegemonic and shared on a global scale. And Puerto Rico is not exempt from this. In the United States, the legislature of several states approved bills based on the idea of the fetal heartbeat that, if becomes law, will practically imply the prohibition of abortion from 6-week pregnancy. Here in Puerto Rico, the Senate Project 950 also sought to materialize, among other things, to limit access to a safe abortion to minors by requiring their parents' authorization, as well as subjecting to an obvious psychological torture to women who decided to end their pregnancy. Not satisfied with this, the local representatives of this conservative wave also sought to approve a bill on religious freedom that would result in normalizing and standardizing discrimination, particularly by sexual orientation. Currently, both abortion limitations and discrimination based on religious freedom are part of the new projects for a reform in the civil code. On the other hand, the perversion of this current discourse of life, but also on of the nation, the border, citizenship, and humanity itself, is manifested in the current context of Central American migration to the United States and North African and Middle Eastern migration to various European countries. The humanitarian crisis generated by the strengthening of the U.S. border policy has resulted in an increase of children separated from their parents, caged, missing, and deceased under the supervision of the federal government. In Europe, governments of various ideological positions threaten activists and NGOs with fines and jails if they rescue migrants drowning in the Mediterranean Sea and take them to the European coast so they can apply for refugee status. It is no coincidence that while the political forces of the extreme right promote a conservative agenda that seeks to control and regulate the bodies of women by raising labels such as pro-life, in parallel, racist, classist, and nationalist discourses and policies are articulating, criminalizing, and dehumanizing those unwanted bodies for the reproduction of life, the life that doesn't matter to power. Therefore, it is worth asking, what do these perverse species have in common about the life and humanity of some and the bare life and humanity and inhumanity of others? How this global order articulates the relationship between the lives that matter and the lives that don't? How are race and gender instrumentalized in these policies on life, security, and identity? If we looked at the current global context dominated by an imaginary of white misogynist supremacists, It is possible to notice the conjunction between the dehumanization of women and the dehumanization of migrants. The first is dehumanized by losing sovereignty over her body and being condemned to give birth, to reproduce the life that matters to power and also the life that does not. We already know that if born in poverty or racialized, the previously protected fetus becomes a non-being. Moreover, considering that in countries like Argentina, a woman is killed every 14 hours, or like Mexico, where 10 women are killed each day, or like Puerto Rico, where in less than 10 weeks, 9 women have been killed, including the transgender woman Alexa, it is important to wonder which life is the state defending, which life matters to power. Migrants, on the other hand, are dehumanized by being constructed as disruptive figures of the white and Western order, and by being projected as a threat to the security of the self. This conjunction and its implications for the global order has been raised from critical decolonial thinking as part of the modern colonial world system that articulates power relations between subjects to very power dispositive. Some of this socially constructed as are race and gender. This system and the subjectivities contested within it are divided by what Boaventura de Sousa Santos has called the abysmal line. Above the line, there is a dialectic of the I and other, posed by Frantz Fanon as the zone of being, in which politics is articulated around regulation and emancipation of the subjects who hold the recognition of civil rights and human rights. These subjects represent the lives that matter to power and occupy diverse places, including exploitation in the capitalist racist patriarchal order. Below the line, in the zone of non-being, violence and denial of humanity are the norm, thereby producing subjects and lives that do not matter to power, and that in contexts such as the current one, represents the excess, the bare life. That is to say, those that overflow the system and therefore are not even desired to be incorporated into the capitalist exploitation system within Western countries. Of course, this line is not fixed or immovable. On the contrary, it responds to complex spatiotemporal conceptualizations and contextualizations, and crosses subjectivities in various ways, positioning them on either side of the line according to the circumstances and power relations in question. However, the implications of this separation between the being and non-being are reflected in the elite contradictions of the pro-life discourse. They are not contradictions. For the defenders of white supremacy, not all lives matter, and they don't try to hide it. Rather than this, they rationalize it, constitute it as a dominant discourse, and implement it through the border security policies and their identity security policies. They are aware, unconscious executors of the logics to make live and to let die that Michel Foucault raised decades ago. Moreover, and considering the constant changes and rearticulations of power dispositive, it is possible to argue that this Foucauldian premise has been rearticulated within the practices of what Achille Mbembe calls necropolitics, that is, the relationship between the sovereignty and power over life and death. Now I'm going to share with you a short video that I think must be here to continue my presentation.
Se imagina que su hogar sufra daños por un terremoto y toda la ayuda que reciba de la Agencia Federal para el...
¿Lo cerraste? Es ok, yo lo puedo buscar otra vez. Ahora se va a escuchar más alto. ¿Y dónde le doy play? That's here.
Se imagina que su hogar sufra daños por un terremoto y toda la ayuda que reciba de la Agencia Federal Pues esa es la
I
realidad
don't
de
know.
una mujer de Cabo Rojo quien no
Ella le
encuentra
dije
cómo
a
poder
la muchacha,
rehabilitar su afectada residencia. Maritza Cañizares la visitó y nos presenta la historia en
I guess
exclusiva.
you can't listen very well, but
Ver para creer, y eso fue lo que ocurrió. Angustiada, Isabel Silva me mostró la comunicación de FEMA informando que resultó elegible para la otorgación de $29.44 como una ayuda para las necesidades de recuperación por la emergencia causada por el desastre en su hogar.
A llorar porque pues, yo dije, pero ¿qué es esto? Porque yo pues, a mí me dan últimamente depresión, los médicos mi
it's
problema,
not.
yo estoy enferma de ojo, tengo que estar siempre acostada, cosas como puedo, tengo que cuidarla a ella, siempre estoy más que encerrada. Y hay veces que cuando tiembla la casa se mueve. Yo me quedo acostado que yo duermo con ella y la cama se ha ido como bajando un poquito.
Se trata de una humilde casa construida en madera y zinc que ubica en el barrio Puerto Real de Cabo Rojo y es el hogar que comparte con su esposo y 2 nietos con necesidades especiales. En los socos de cemento de la vivienda se observan grietas, mientras no es necesario tener un grado en ingeniería para darse cuenta de la inclinación de esta estructura construida en madera. La necesidad de ayuda es más que evidente en este caso. Al final del documento se advierte que tendrán que esperar por el envío del cheque que emite el Departamento del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos.
Yo le dije que yo tengo una niña impedida que tiene parálisis cerebral. Ellos dijeron que estaba bien, que me iban a ayudar, entonces me mandaron 29 pesos con 44 chavos. Un contadista me hizo el favor de hacerme una cotización. Él me cobra 52,000 pesos. Más entonces yo busqué una cotización que todos los materiales salen en $10,285.
Doña Isabel irrumpió en llanto en varias ocasiones, ya que la casa de madera y zinc, clasificada como inhabitable, es el único bien que posee. El jefe de familia, Melvin Zapata, es beneficiario del Seguro Social, siendo este el único ingreso del núcleo familiar.
Yo soy una persona pobre, mi esposo es lo único que recibe seguro social. Usted ve que ella tiene un pie virado, no tiene balance en el cuerpo, yo estoy enferma de un ojo.
Que económicamente tú no puedes levantar ese dinero.
Sí, no, yo no lo tengo porque si lo tuviera, pues no estuviera pidiendo porque yo no le pido a nadie.
Tras recibir asesoramiento en el municipio de Cabo Rojo, la familia radicó un recurso de apelación en FEMA. Acudieron a la oficina de la comisionada residente en Washington, aquí en la isla, y le entregaron una hoja que deben llenar redactada en inglés, un idioma que no dominan. Maritza Cañizares, Noticentro.
Uno ve esas cosas y de verdad que primero se le estruja el corazón y luego se acuerda del amigo Toño. Y dice, Toño, esto está fuerte, tú sabes.
De verdad que sí, la impotencia, esa sensación que debe tener esta familia de no ver la luz, de no tener una fecha de cuándo su situación puede cambiar. $29, me imagino que
So, the video we watched before is an example of the necropolitics of colonialism. Who is the sovereign here? Who is deciding the value of this citizen's life? Are there citizens after all? While Hurricane Maria and recent earthquakes put at stake the fragility of Puerto Rican government and reveal the archipelago as a vulnerable space composed by many layers of vulnerable subjectivities, we cannot ignore that this fragility and vulnerability is the vivid image of an imbricated hierarchy of power: colonialism, neoliberalism, and racism. The hierarchy of power is sustained by the crisis of two main modern concepts, also contested in colonial space: democracy and citizenship. Returning to the migrant crisis, the differentiation in the logic of regulation of some and of extermination of others by letting them die is basically the everyday politics in the Mediterranean Sea. Now I'm going to try to put this video. Hopefully it will work out.
A las 12:39 se producía la primera llamada de socorro. Ya estaba entrando agua en el barco.
About 100 children, please hurry. Please, I swear to you, we are in a very hurry. No, please, I'm a doctor, please.
What is the problem on board?
The boat is going down. Yes. I swear to you, there about half meter water in the boat.
Habla un médico sirio. Unos 40 minutos después, vuelve a llamar.
Do you send anyone for us? We are the Syrians, about 300.
Sir, I give you the number of Malta authority because you are near Malta.
No era cierto. Aquí estaba el barco, a 112 kilómetros de la isla italiana de Lampedusa, a 218 de Malta.
I call Malta. They said that we are near to Lampedusa, more than Malta. We are dying, please.
You have called Malta?
Don't throw us. You can run away.
Call Malta, call Malta.
La respuesta sigue siendo que llame a Malta. Murieron 60 niños, más de 200 adultos. La indiferencia y la ineficiencia evitaron que se salvaran.
Okay. So these are the stories of those migrants detached from their subjectivities that become a number of dead bodies in the sea, or a number of asylum seekers' statistics as the best. Those that might have the chance to enter, however, will continue to face in their day-to-day, in their everyday, racist violence exercised not only by the state, but also by citizens who, in their everyday, reproduce the xenophobia and exclusion over those they consider inferior. As we saw in the last video, the complicity of the citizens and functionaries, passive and active, is always fundamental for the extermination of this other. It was fundamental in this decision of the Italian coast agents to not help these 480 migrants from Libya, and of whom 268 died drowned at the coast of Lampedusa. The horror of the migration drama and the obsession with control over the female body are nourished by the violence and complicity that millions of people exert on an everyday basis. This is why the abysmal line will not be overcome through individual acts of humanism exclusively, or through legal conquest, which although they are of utmost relevance, become vulnerable to socio-political fluctuations. We will be able to move beyond the abysmal line through systemic and collective transformations that rethink the understanding and relationship with the other, from non-predatory formulas that suppose another type of non-hierarchical, non-dichotomous, and non-asymmetric relations. These systemic and collective transformations are definitely part of the current global crisis that we might also understand as the crisis of hegemony of neoliberalism. Following Wendy Brown's analysis of neoliberalism, as stated by Michel Foucault, neoliberalism should be understood as a novel political rationality, the reach and implications of which go well beyond economic policy and the empowerment of capital. Rather, in this rationality, market principles become governing principles applied by and to the state, but also circulating through institutions and entities across society, schools, workplace, clinics. These principles become saturating reality principles, governing every existing and reorientating economics in itself, transforming it from a subject of exchange and the satisfaction of needs, classical liberalism, to a subject of competition and human capitalism, neoliberalism. At the same time, according to Foucault, the neoliberals formulated competitive market as necessitating political support and thus a novel form of what Foucault calls governmentalizing the state. In the new governmental rationality, on the one hand, all governing forms is for markets and oriented by market principles. And on the other hand, markets must be built, facilitated, prop out, and occasionally even rescued by political institutions. Competitive markets are good, but not exactly natural or self-sustaining. For Foucault, these two features of neoliberal rationality, the elaboration of market principle as ubiquitous governing principles and governing itself as reformated to serve markets, are among those that divided neoliberal rationality from classical economic liberalism. They constitute the reprogramming of liberal governmentality that could and would take hold everywhere, entrepreneurializing the subject, converting labor to human capital, and repositioning reorganizing the state. While neoliberalism has been the hegemonic system, that is, and following Nancy Fraser's definition of hegemony, the political, moral, cultural, and intellectual authority of a given worldview, and with the capacity of that worldview to embody itself in a durable and powerful alliance of social forces and social classes, neoliberalism enjoyed hegemony in that sense for several decades. Now, however, its authority is severely weakened, if not fully shattered. It is the crisis of the hegemony of neoliberalism that we're currently facing, and that is imbricated with the construction of whiteness and maleness as vulnerable subjectivities, whether they are not vulnerable. The electoral victory of Jair Bolsonaro as president of Brazil in 2008, as well as the rise of Vox in Spanish politics and the coup d'etat against Evo Morales in Bolivia, are the vivid example of the triumph of what decolonial thinkers have called the modern colonial, Western-centric, and capitalist system. While 2019 started with Bolsonaro turning to God and Judeo-Christian roots as a guide for the new government, declaring war on the so-called gender ideology, withdrawing LGBTQ community from human rights policies, transferring the competences over indigenous and Afro-descendant lands to the Ministry of Agriculture, akin to extractive interest, and reducing the already precarious minimum wage to 48 million workers. That year ended with a coup d'etat in Bolivia and a new president assuming power with the Bible in her hand while withdrawing the Huipala from the assembly. During the last months as well, we have seen the increase of popularity in the Spanish extreme right-wing political party, Vox. Currently, they support right-wing political parties through government coalitions in different autonomous communities, where they have conditioned their support for the right-wing coalition to commit to repealing the law against gender violence in communities such as Andalusia, with more incidents of gender violence each year. A region, in addition, with high levels of economic inequality and poverty, affecting historically marginalized sectors such as women, trans people, and migrant women. Vox also requires the coalition to defend the presumption of innocence, particularly of Spanish men denounced for gender-based violence, harassment, and/or sexual assault, which they consider threatened by the gender ideology that, according to them, has leaked into all public institutions and private spaces. Both cases, the reaction of the current global extreme right against the advances, many or few, in the area of human rights, political institutional recognition of minorities, and education with a gender perspective during the last decades. Following Trump's style from fake news and hoax regarding violence against men, alleged false accusations, or crimes executed by migrants, this reaction is rooted in the perception of a threatened masculinity. The fluidity of sexuality analogous to the opening of the borders threatens the supremacy of the white man, and in the legal sense, because they insist on defining protections for victims of gender violence as punitive elements for masculinity. This political party and the ideas they spread give content to the discourse of white supremacist anti-feminism that assumes itself as a victim of New Inquisition. One of the issues that call my attention to this anti-feminism is its ability to project the root of evil that hurts them in the feminized and racialized subjectivities and bodies. The feminist becomes the body, subject, concept, as Sarah Ahmed put it, on which project fantasies, hatreds, and fears. Moreover, feminists are projected as apathetic, unhappy entities that threaten the happiness provided by the natural order of things with their proposals and contingent, fluid, nonlinear ways of life. This can be seen in the social media when hundreds of misogynist, sexist, lesbophobic, racist, and all kind of comments against the activists of the Colectiva Feminista en Construcción were made after various interventions to deny rampant gender violence in Puerto Rico. As Wendy Brown suggested, society is a pejorative term for the right today, who decry social justice warriors for undermining freedom with a tyrannical agenda of social equality, civil rights, affirmative action, and even public education. Like Vox in Spain and Bolsonaro in Brazil, our daily Bolsonaros here in this Caribbean island reached the point of pointing out the gender ideology as the cause of more people openly identify with LGBT community, or that more cisgender women decided not to be mothers. With banners that denounce don't mess with my children, or I educate my children, these apolitical groups manifest in San Juan, Lima, Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, Washington, D.C., Madrid, etc., supported by governments and politicians who deny education with a gender perspective and insist on leaving at home the responsibility of dismantling a system of oppression that excludes at least half of the population and that affects even more the most subalternized subjectivities, such as trans, migrant, and racialized people. At this point of crisis of hegemony of neoliberalism, the extreme right has proven that, governing or not, they get a say in the political agenda. The truth is that Trump, Vox, Bolsonaro, and our local Bolsonaros have put on the table a dangerous discursive dichotomy between the ideological, protect the minorities, and the legal, protect the majorities. That appeals to the commonplace of the moderates in Western societies. That is the rule of law and the defense of society and its values before everything else. It is then necessary to ask, to defend society from what or from whom? They will say from perversion, of course, from feminism and feminists, as well as from ethnic, racial, sexual, and gender diversity, from heterogeneity, from those who break the country because they claim plural identities, from those who refuse to give birth and threaten racial survival, for those who open the borders and make the nation less white. In short, white supremacy, anti-feminism, claims that they defend society against those who have resisted dispossession and violence throughout modernity, coloniality, and thereby threaten their privilege of gender, race, and class. And even more, they do it in the name of and in complicity with supposed majorities that have sometimes decided to name themselves as moderate, apolitical, silent. However, they actively participate in the demonization of feminism and in the perpetuation of heteropatriarchy. So with this in mind, I can only think of how we overcome this. If, as Gramsci once said, the old is dying and the new cannot be born, how we move towards the colonial possibilities that promotes politics from the vulnerable and for the vulnerable, in times when even this concept has been absorbed by the hegemonic identities. I suggest a feminist pedagogy might bring us the possibility to deal with vulnerabilities as a politics of love have been developed from black feminism practice. As a young professor, I have had a short experience in the classroom. However, since I returned to Puerto Rico in August 2017 and I started teaching in September, a couple of weeks before Hurricane Maria and Irma and Maria hit the island, I must say that vulnerability as a new normality has been part of my first steps in the classroom and has definitely marked my identity as a professor. Teaching in Puerto Rico is not an easy task. Vulnerability as the new normal is deployed in a systemic way when the only thing we hear is austerity, funding cuts, closing schools, migration, debt, crime, feminicides, corruptions, insults by Donald Trump, an island that is emptying. As a society, it gets really hard to have a common horizon of expectative, while a systemic process of state and society's dismantling is taking place. However, I assume my responsibility within the classroom, where I propose a feminist pedagogy that attempts to create a sense of community and belonging. At the beginning of each semester, I usually ask my students about their work situation to adjust the demands of the course to a working student, often with family responsibilities in an impoverished country, impoverishment that vulneralizes them in many different ways. Unlike what is commonly believed, this does not risk the quality standard of teaching. Instead, it allows more people to feel connected to the course throughout the semester, to find time to read and fulfill their task, and to generate a commitment on their part beyond the rule written in a syllabus. During the spring semester of 2019, within the Seminar of Feminism and Political Theory, we had 2 workshops that determined my way of understanding what feminist pedagogy is, and that since then have left me marked by a feeling of deep sadness. As part of the beginning of the seminar, I asked the students to write a story about gender violence that they might have experienced. The story could be personal, of a relative or close person. I also gave them the option of creating fiction from cases that had impacted them at some time in their life. The anonymous texts were kept in my bag, and each student proceeded to take one out of the box randomly and read it. I don't think there was anything fictional in the stories. Sexual assault and violence by couples, ex-partners, and strangers, harassment, physical and emotional violence in the family environment, homophobia, lesbophobia, transphobia, domestic labor exploitation of women at home, among other things. Each of these testimonies told us something of those we had in front of us. The impoverished country and its colonial patriarchal rulers not only denied them a present and a future, but also sustained the violence they have experienced in their short life. How have they resisted? This was the question the second day of the workshop. On this occasion, we had the guidance of a colleague and friend of mine, a feminist anthropologist from Chiapas, Mexico, who was in the UPR as a visiting researcher back then. With Marisa, we articulated a series of words that took on the meaning of resistance: silence, run away, confront, shout, kiss, hug, love, question, learn, teach. We noticed that everyone in their own way had resisted, that everyone in their own way had learned or was learning, resisting, and fight. The vulnerability manifested in these testimonies is still valid. While students arrive to class every day with these emotional burdens, it is more necessary than ever to claim a feminist pedagogy that takes into account the overlapping of body, mind, emotions, but above all, that reminds us that the ICAF of us conditioned by their positionality in power relationship, that each of us is conditioned by their positionality in power relations. How can we name ourselves feminist or critical if we continue to reproduce a decorporized university or classroom, reproducing this modern colonial separation between body and mind? How can we name ourselves critical if we reproduce this Eurocentric colonial and patriarchal imaginary of the production of knowledge, of the learning space, and of its measures, categorization, and standards? It is imperative to know who we have in front of us. To know them, you need to listen more and talk less. That is also teaching. That is teaching from a feminist perspective. These workshops remind me that of what professors taught me so much throughout all my university career, all in public universities. The public university is a contested space to fight for every day. But also, the public university combines the space-time in which many of us can fight to decolonize and depatriarchize knowledge, and with it, society in its sense of community. A decolonial feminist pedagogy inevitably demands an intersectional political position and commitment. It requires claiming subjectivity as a strength. That is the strong objectivity, in the words of Sandra Harding, and not the stark and depolitized objectivity of dominant male thinking. It also requires that we recognize the emotions that living beings make us and their articulations in resistance, but also in oppression. Emotions are articulated and managed in exclusive, xenophobic, misogynist, and classist discourses, and not recognizing this limits our ability to resist and transcend domination structures. This leads us to claim uncomfortable emotions for power, such as anger, sadness, claiming the figure of the feminist killjoy, as Sarah Ahmed has put it. It's also a way of resisting the dominant thought of echapalantismo that both co-opts and depoliticize the collective aspirations for social transformation. In an impoverished country in which its colonial and patriarchal rulers aspire to blind us with an ephemeral and depolitized liberal happiness, our heavy faces are at least transgressive. So, as the common experience of all of us here is to face the challenges of the crisis of hegemony of neoliberalism and the rise of extreme right-wing politics, the resentment, rancor, and rage, we should instead raise from vulnerability, from the shared experience of colonialism, racism, patriarchy, economic dispossession, and we should continue to embrace the politics of emotions and care towards the most vulnerable. Teaching in times of crisis is an exercise that starts from feelings and emotions as deep as love and sadness, all of which are under a terrible feeling of loss and collective grief. This violence reminds us that a feminist perspective is one, and pedagogy is one of physical and emotional commitment. Commitment results in an economy of care and affection for the most vulnerable in this scenario, our students. Thank you. Okay, so, well, I'm open to questions or further comments.
I'd like to hear you reflect just for a moment on teaching as a subversive act. If the education system is government funded, and at least teachers in public education systems are employees of the state, and the state has a vested interest in maintaining the neoliberal project and hegemonic systems and sort of social reproduction, how the challenge of helping teachers be subversives in their own classrooms and having to both sort of slide under the radar of the system and teach kids to push back and resist. And what does that look like here in Puerto Rico? I'm familiar with what it looks like in the United States and the challenges that U.S. teachers, we deal with that a lot. But just what are your thoughts on how can we help teachers sort of subvert, even though, again, they're part of the hegemonic system and their jobs and their livelihoods depend on it. It's a really challenging space.
Sure. Well, I consider I can speak about my experience as a college professor, but I think I can also speak for some colleagues, teachers, school teachers, that have this aim of being critical and create a different sense of what our community is and how we can resist. I think that even when we are within the system, public funding, schools, university, and even in the case of schools that you don't have much to say about the curriculum or syllabus, etc., I think there are two things we can do. First of all is to try to push our students to question and to be critical. What I mean is, like, even if we're giving the same reading, because it's the reading that the Department of Education suggested or make professors to teach, we don't have to teach that in the objective way. And this is the part in which the feminist perspective of strong objectivity is important, because we are taught during our academic life that we must be objective, but we are not. And what we're doing by transferring this information, the history of Puerto Rico with an objective lenses, we are not giving the tools to our students to be critical. So I think we can, even using the same resources, we can push for that. And then I also think that when we push students to be critical and to ask questions, we also have to acknowledge that these questions sometimes come from very vulnerable and emotional positions and situations. You know, when we're talking about poverty, we're talking to poor students. So, you know, it's not an abstract thing to them. It's their lives. So if we allow them, I'm sorry, I'm very emotional too. If we allow them to put those feelings in front, and we don't judge them for that, and we don't call for objectiveness, then we are opening them to really think through themselves. So I think emotions and critical approaches are some of the tools we can use. Thank you.
Any other question, comment? Sort of intrigued at the end that you mentioned the notion of teaching and grief. And I wanted maybe for you to say a little bit more about the concept of grief and grieving while teaching, and how to incorporate that particular emotion.
Well, okay, I'm not gonna cry. I swear. It's so in the neoliberal era, universities and mostly all public universities are always with this menace of the market, right? On how we have to change our perspective and how we have to fulfill certain standards to be cost effective. That's the mode, right? However, in places like this university where the idea of is getting smaller, is getting out of funding, it makes you feel that you're in a space that is about to die, you know? So it's, and the university is just the reflect of the country. This idea that students talk to you and they're just thinking that they have to finish their degree to move out of Puerto Rico, to go, not because they want to, but because they have to. So it's an experience of constant loss that they're dealing with, even if it haven't happened yet. So I think this is very important because it's so hard to think about the future and to make plans and to think about big transformation when you don't know, you know. So I feel that the grief is especially has to do with what we had lost in the university, not only regarding opportunities, job opportunities, or how departments are shrinking, but also how we know the students that we're forming won't be here, you know, in a couple of years. They won't be here. They won't stay. So we are constantly relating to people that is just so they just live. So, and I for example, I remember after Hurricane Maria, having students that say, no, now I live in my dorm because all my family left to the United States. So, you know, how these kids come to class just having to challenge, having to face this new life, and grieving their family, grieving their memories, even if they're still there, they're still alive. So I think it's important that we think that we are a society are in this constantly grieving and mourning of our country, of our university, and that is an emotional burden that we carry in our everyday.
Actually, when you were speaking now, I was also thinking, and that's something that maybe we haven't discussed here, but you and I know about the experience of teaching after Maria, and the idea of literally what was, you know, sort of a very particular experience, and maybe the teachers here also have a clue about, you know, what is actually teaching right after the hurricane. I don't know if someone wanted to mention something.
Teaching after Maria. We come from the same system, but what happened to my school, it wasn't the same thing that happened to her school or their school. So my school's still being under construction. Yes.
Wow.
We were yesterday discussing our presentation today, And we had co-workers in the classroom making noise while we were talking about something. And that is happen all the time while we're teaching. Sometimes we have to teach outside the school. We have to share materials, classroom, and everything all the time. And it's been very challenging these almost 3 years. I don't know if any of them want to say something.
I want to say something. Do you ask about how teachers we could make some change, achieve plans? Two options. I was talking about, I just think about maybe teachers. So that's what I'm trying to do at my classroom, teach and try to my student that I want to project my student, and I want them to follow me by example, because if I teach them something but I don't show them by example, I'm doing nothing. So if I want them just to read, I have to read in classroom. I have to teach them to read. I have to bring some ideas, some books at the classrooms. If I want them to think or to ask more than the curriculum assignment or something, I have to give them some space inside of the classroom to do it. If I want them to share their experience or their emotion, I have to bring them some space to do it. So if as a person or as a teacher, I have to give them the space, and also share their opportunities and share their emotions, and give them my experience and that my experience that to follow them. For follow my experience, they also follow and new options, and also the new la nuevas oportunidades, the new opportunities. I'm sorry, the bilingual issues. Uh, think Spanish and say it in English. It's not easy. Um, um, Seguir las oportunidades en. Oh, do you know some Spanish too? Seguir al maestro como un líder, y que el maestro sea el ejemplo del estudiante dentro del salón de clase. No solamente un mentor de una clase, sino también el líder que ellos necesitan para que tengan otras oportunidades. Dentro de la pedagogía existen diferentes batallas que no están solas en un libro, y cada maestro decide cómo ser ¿verdad? Desde qué trinchera dirigir esa batalla. Cuando en Puerto Rico hablamos de cambios, podemos plantear el cambio desde muchas perspectivas. Por ejemplo, el verano del 19 en Puerto Rico, desde un salón de clase, tú puedes trabajarlo históricamente o lo puedes trabajar desde la calle, ¿verdad? Porque fuimos muchos los maestros, en mi caso no estuve en Puerto Rico, pero fueron muchos los maestros que estuvieron en la calle haciendo historia. Y a lo mejor dentro de un salón de clase, en algunos sistemas no se permite hablar de eso, pero en otros sí. Y eso es historia. Eso es educar basado en experiencia y basado en ejemplo. That's it.
Buenas. Le dije ayer que mi voz profesional es en inglés y la poca vergüenza en español. A veces se me hace difícil. Pero quería proponer quizás una pregunta para el resto del día. Una de las cosas que mientras te escuchaba, ¿no?, y veía las emociones que afloran, que me preguntaba era cómo tratar el tema de la vulnerabilidad dentro de espacios pedagógicos responsablemente, de manera que uno no contribuya a la retraumatización de los estudiantes. Y sobre todo pensando ayer en algunos de los temas que estábamos tratando, que son temas que abarcan asuntos de trauma y de experiencias difíciles, cómo uno trae esos temas de una manera responsable y que cuide el bienestar emocional, físico de los estudiantes. Y entonces me interesaría saber también cómo se trabaja eso en Puerto Rico. Sé en Estados Unidos ahora we have the trigger warnings, que cuando uno va a atacar temas sensitivos, la recomendación es que uno deje saber, this may trigger some students, if you want to step out, do that. Y que los estudiantes también están tomando La responsabilidad de cuidar su salud emocional, ¿no? Tuve una experiencia bastante reciente que un estudiante fue a mi oficina, a mis horas de oficina, y me dijo, what you did triggered me and made me think about some bad things in my life. Y en ese momento pensar de una actividad que no la diseñé yo, la diseñó otra persona y se ha hecho muchos años y nunca había tenido ningún problema, en ese momento para ese estudiante fue un momento difícil porque expuso una vulnerabilidad que él estaba tratando de trabajar. Una pregunta de cómo uno trae estos temas que son importantes sin descuidar el bienestar emocional de los estudiantes.
Sí, sí, lo que planteas me parece que es sumamente importante. No sé si quieren que lo diga en inglés o en español. Okay. Es sumamente importante porque precisamente a veces nosotras como profesoras tampoco tenemos las herramientas para contener a un estudiante que se ve afectado por esto, ¿no? Entonces no podemos tener ni todos los recursos ni todos los conocimientos. Yo creo que quizás lo que tenemos que aspirar es a no tener como unos diseños universales, ¿no? Sino que, por ejemplo, mi experiencia en ese seminario fue que yo me di la tarea un poco de conocerlos, de tantearlos. Sabía que el tema de violencia de género iba a ser un poco impactante porque tenía estudiantes que en otros semestres que habían estado conmigo, habían venido a mi oficina a hablarme de violencias que habían vivido. Entonces yo lo que hice fue, en primer lugar, decir, la actividad es completamente voluntaria, y lo dije antes, cosa de que no se tuvieran que parar en ese momento e irse, sino que si ese día no la querían hacer, simplemente no venían. Por supuesto anónima, y después la parte en la que entonces sí se tenían que implicar con palabras y demás, se trabajó más a través de la redacción. Bueno, y ahora, si piensan en resistencia, ¿cuál es la primera palabra que les viene a la mente, ¿no? Entonces lo escribían, lo hacían circular, y luego fueron ellos mismos los que decidieron poner todos los escritos en la pared. Hicimos una pequeña intervención en un salón de clases que luego estuvo todo el semestre con esas historias ahí, así que como que al final sí creo que logramos el cometido de empezar un semestre conociéndonos y sabiendo que cada una estaba cargando en el salón de clase, porque precisamente nos íbamos a acercar a textos desde el feminismo, ¿no? Y no queríamos que eso quedara como en lo abstracto, sino como también lo vivimos. Pero obviamente debe ser un contexto sumamente distinto trabajando con adolescentes, con niños, y creo que ahí está pues esa cuestión de cómo informarnos bien para poder contener cualquier cosa que surja. Sin embargo, creo que no debemos, por eso no debemos limitarnos, porque a veces, o por lo menos mi experiencia es que yo creo que a veces están más necesitados de un espacio para hablar que de una necesidad de callar. Yo creo que ya callan mucho, ¿no? Entonces, si conseguimos darle esos espacios y esa seguridad, deberíamos hacerlo.
Hola, yo soy maestra de secundaria, noveno y décimo, y yo tengo una actividad que se llama reunión de comunidad, la tomé del sistema Montessori y la utilizo como actividad de apertura para mis cursos, cuando veo que los chicos están como muy cargados emocionalmente o como que, ay, they can't deal with stuff. Lo que hago es que hago un círculo bien grande, y en ese sentido pues estamos todos mirándonos, todos escuchándonos y todos estamos en ese momento ahí todos juntitos. Y entonces es este proceso de, ok, let's leave this here, como que vamos a hablar de todo lo que nos está afectando aquí en este momento, porque luego tenemos unas responsabilidades que tenemos que enfrentar en el día, así que es como que ese espacio de 10 minutitos, 15 minutitos, no sé, dependiendo de cómo esté cargada la clase, ¿verdad? Para dejar todo allí y entonces luego vamos a la clase y eso les ayuda un montón, como que, ok, salí de esto, vamos entonces a enfrentar las responsabilidades del día y también siento que es bien importante que los sistemas educativos provean profesionales que sí estén preparados para trabajar con estas situaciones como psicólogos escolares, trabajadores sociales, consejeros. Así que nuestro sistema, tengo que decir que sí, es bien robusto en ese sentido. Tenemos psicólogas escolares en las 3 escuelas, así que siento que eso es un plus. Ese es mi...
Había algo con lo que mencionaba Melody ahora y tiene que ver, yo creo que también con lo que mencionaba Wilmary, que me acuerdo ayer, Edna, tú mencionabas en tu charla la cuestión de cómo construir empatía, que al final de cuentas yo creo que en parte también es, y pensaba que por ejemplo tú y yo que trabajamos bastante con precisamente temas de violencia, a veces violencia extrema, violencia sexual, donde incluso la clase está hecha para trabajar con eso y cómo uno revierte un poco, no es la clase del morbo, es la clase de cómo entender precisamente cómo crear nociones de empatía, de entendimiento, de comprensión, de cómo entender precisamente esa otra experiencia que no es exactamente la mía y que de alguna manera me ayuda a crear esas otras posibilidades de entender esa otra experiencia.
Sí, no, estoy completamente de acuerdo que a veces, precisamente en estos cursos, ¿verdad? Pues parece que es una historia del terror. Yo tengo un estudiante a quien aprecio muchísimo y me decía, profesora, es que yo salgo de sus clases llorando, alterado, pero como pensando en qué mal está el mundo, ¿no? Y yo le decía, no, pues tienes que traer esa clase para poder contenerlo, es decir, para poder dar la otra mirada, porque a veces pasa mucho, ¿no? Nos quedamos en esa parte de señalar todo lo crítico y no tenemos como herramientas para redirigirlo. Me habría encantado escuchar tu charla porque lo de la empatía me parece que es fundamental.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? Comentario.
Comentar sobre lo de la empatía y lo de, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo logramos que los estudiantes se pongan en la otra cara, en la otra posición? El Departamento de Historia, en el sistema que nosotros trabajamos, anualmente, en el mes de marzo, trabajamos la semana de Nelson Mandela. En este año, el Nelson Mandela, bueno, lo desarrollaron ya a partir del año pasado, decidieron establecer 10 metas, tipo Millennium Goals o Objetivos Sustentables de la ONU. 10 metas a partir que ellos van a estar trabajando durante 10 años. Nosotros escogimos para trabajar, que es la semana que viene, por cierto, la meta de erradicar la pobreza. Y en el caso de la compañera Suami y yo, que estamos en la misma escuela, vamos a estar trabajando cómo nuestros estudiantes ven la pobreza y que en Puerto Rico existe la pobreza. Porque muchas veces viven enajenados porque están... ¿ah? Piensan que la pobreza está solamente en Sudáfrica o en el continente africano y que no está en Puerto Rico, porque ellos están en una escuela con buenos pupitres, aire acondicionado, que está bajo construcción, sí, por el huracán María, pero no es la realidad de la mayoría de las escuelas públicas en Puerto Rico. ¿Y qué hacemos? Pues nosotros hacemos un recogido de artículos de primera necesidad, de alimentos. En este año, pues la parte pues, curricular, aparte del estudio de la biografía de Nelson Mandela, vamos a estar haciendo unos estudios de la pobreza en Puerto Rico, y la pobreza en Latinoamérica, y la pobreza en el mundo, y desarrollando unos videos. Pero vamos a llevar a nuestros estudiantes a lugares donde la pobreza existe, para que ellos compartan sus ideas de cómo ellos a través del deporte, que es la escuela especializada en la cual nosotros trabajamos, el deporte le ha ayudado a ellos a enriquecer sus estrategias y enriquecer sus herramientas para salir de la pobreza, para tener una mejor educación. Y en la medida que los maestros pongamos el texto en acciones, le damos con la realidad en la cara a los estudiantes. O sea, porque hablamos de empoderar al estudiante, pero no le permitimos que coja el lápiz, ¿verdad? No les permitimos que pongan sus ideas en acciones. Hablamos de democracia dentro de un salón de clase, pero no somos los primeros que dictamos un silabario y no tomamos en consideración unos temas en particular que sabemos que quizás a ellos les puede gustar. Y en el momento en que sacamos al estudiante del salón de clase y lo llevamos a la realidad, suelen ser empáticos y desarrollamos, ¿verdad? Que es lo que estaban mencionando, la empatía y la solidaridad con otras comunidades. Salen de sus tenis de marca X que cuestan $100 y entienden que los tenis son para caminar y que no importa el zapato donde lo hayas comprado, tienen la misma finalidad. Y entiendo que ahí es que somos exitosos como profesores.
De esa actividad que ella está hablando, el año pasado fue la primera vez que lo hicimos. Y cuando llevamos a los estudiantes, de llevarlos a entregar las donaciones, fueron a un centro de envejecientes con la compañera y conmigo fueron a el Centro Sol y Solina Ferré, que ahí hay diferentes programas, pero básicamente ellos estuvieron con estudiantes que en ocasiones son de sectores escolares y ellos se pararon allá al frente a hablar de su escuela cómo es su escuela, el programa que ofrece, el área deportiva, etcétera. Y entonces se dio ese conversatorio entre ellos de cómo era su escuela, qué era lo que ellos estaban haciendo ahí, ¿verdad? Que no era una escuela tradicional porque ellos se habían salido de una escuela tradicional. Y entonces ellos vinimos aquí a traerles esto a ustedes, libretas, lápices, para que entonces ustedes lo puedan usar, para que ustedes entonces puedan en su escuela no tradicional trabajar. Y ahí se dio una dinámica bien bonita, ellos intercambiaron teléfonos porque como vieron que eran atletas, habían unos balonceristas, pues mira, vamos a jugar. Y entonces, ¿verdad? Se dio ese otro espacio, que es lo que dice la compañera, vamos a sacarlos de aquí. Y entonces ahí ellos pudieron tener un poquito de empatía con otros estudiantes, porque hay veces que sí saben que están en otra escuela y que están así, pero no van, no llegan, no ven cómo es que ellos trabajan. Y en ese momento ellos tuvieron la oportunidad.
Any last question, comment? I think that this actually became a really, really interesting and engaging conversation between us. So I really want to thank Melody Fonseca again for her keynote. I would say that she's one of the new shining young professors at the UPR, so we're really lucky to have her here with us. I wanted to mention a couple of things. Había por ahí una hoja de asistencia, por favor, there's a sign-in sheet going around. Make sure that everybody signs in. Also, I wanted to mention, so you see her right in the corner, Corinne. She's gonna be handing out evaluation forms para que puedan ir evaluando la actividad, especialmente esta esquinita de aquí, por favor. Queremos que se aseguren de llenar las evaluaciones porque lo que queremos es más que nada que la actividad vaya yéndose más que nada para ustedes, así que nos dejen saber qué les interesó, qué les gustó, qué cosas podemos mejorar para el futuro, así que make sure to give back to Corinne before you leave at any point. The evaluation form consults are actually really, really important to keep the project going. So we're gonna take maybe 5 minutes before the next panel, just so in case anybody wants to go to the bathroom. Remember, if you're getting coffee outside, the coffee has to stay outside. You cannot bring it in. So 5 minutes, and we come back with the first panel.
Si me lo pongo así, así me escuchan, ¿verdad? Sí, aquí, aquí. Ahí.
Antes que lo digas. ¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan? Sí. Esto es como un mouse, ¿verdad? Que yo puedo mover el cursor. Vamos a probar la foto. Mira, que de la foto. ¿Cómo rayos? No. No, yo creo que vamos a tener que... Espérame,
Mira a ver si con el botón de abajo.
como yo le puedo hacer sumar más fotos de allá. ¿Lo prendí? Pero es para que tú hables.
Se mueve, no está clavado.
Ay, Juan,
You can take the girl out of Yauco, but you cannot take the Yauco out of the girl.
Ya, vamos a empezar. Con el que empezamos ya. Este es más para un maestro hablando de aquí. A nuestra gente. For our people.
¿Ellos todos hablan español?
No todos.
Tenemos que hablar suavecito.
Despacio.
Porque está todo en español.
Como ustedes quieran.
Pero tú que son más pintados los maestros.
Hay presentaciones que han sido todas en español y eso es parte de...
No te preocupes.
Esperar que lleguen todos los cuates de ustedes.
Los cuates.
Llegó una cámara que me trajo y ese lo estoy haciendo.
So, hi, welcome back. Bienvenidos otra vez. Este primer panel que vamos a tener hoy es extremadamente importante y especial. Todos lo son, pero este en particular. So I was saying that this first panel today is actually a very special panel that we have not had before, but I think it's sort of rethinking what the symposium is becoming more and more. So our two presenters in this panel are Wilmaris Rivera Perez and Suan Suarez Santiago. They are both teachers in the municipality of San Juan's education department. They also both participated this last December at WALI, which is a World History and Literature Initiative series of seminars for teachers organized the University of Michigan. It's actually Wilma's second time at WALI, and she's also been part of this particular project in very different ways. So this is also not the first time that she's presenting. And what they're gonna do is actually talk a little bit about their experience at WALI and the curriculum development seminars that they took, how to incorporate them into the classroom, and how to think about different ways and new notions of how to think about history and literature for teachers. So I leave you, it's gonna be actually sort of more interactive and not one of them presenting and then the next one, so they're gonna be team teaching this particular panel. So I leave you with Wilmary and Swan.
Thank you. Gracias a Juan por, ¿verdad?, darnos la oportunidad para compartir con ustedes la experiencia que tuvimos en la Universidad de Michigan. Esto más que todo es para motivar a los maestros de aquí, ¿verdad?, para que se animen a solicitar estas becas que están disponibles para ir a la universidad a tomar estos talleres, así que esperemos que lo disfruten. Como dijo Juan, mi nombre es Wilmary Rivera Pérez, soy maestra de 9º y 10º en la Escuela Especializada en Matemáticas, Ciencias y Tecnología del municipio de San Juan. Y soy graduada de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, de este recinto, de la Facultad de Educación. Tengo una especialidad en currículo y enseñanza.
Pues yo soy Suan Suárez Santiago. Yo trabajo para una escuela especializada en deporte. Este año estoy enseñando 7º grado y 11º grado. Y tengo un grado en maestría del Centro de Estudios Avanzados de Puerto Rico y el Caribe, en Historia de Puerto Rico y el Caribe. Y entonces, pues, fui parte de esta iniciativa por primera vez en diciembre y pues vamos a estar aquí compartiendo lo que fue esa experiencia, que aprendimos y cómo lo hemos integrado o lo vamos a integrar.
Sí, lo que quería decir, ¿verdad?, repetir lo que dijo Juan, esto es interactivo en el momento en que usted quiera hacer una pregunta o hacer algún comentario. Aquí hay personas que participaron de UAL y también están aquí presentes, así que si quieren aportar, en cualquier momento pueden hacerlo. ¿Está bien?
Sí, no tienen que esperar al final.
Exacto. Ok, so, ¿qué es WALI? Porque escuchamos WALI y es como que, ok, ¿qué es eso? Lo primero que debemos saber es que WALI son las siglas para World History and Literature Initiative. Esto es un proyecto de la Universidad de Michigan con la School of Education, International Institute and Eisenberg Institute for Historical Studies y fue creado por el profesor de Educación en Historia, Bob Bain. Y WALI lo que hace es que ofrece talleres para maestros y en estos talleres pues nos enfrentamos a paneles de profesores y estudiantes y por lo general son temas que no forman parte del currículo, son temas novedosos y ese es el propósito de WALI, exponer a los maestros, a los docentes a que escuchen a estos investigadores acerca de estos temas diferentes.
Pues la Universidad de Michigan, para mí, ¿verdad?, que fue la primera vez que yo fui, y he tenido la experiencia de estar en diferentes universidades, por ejemplo aquí en Puerto Rico, en la Universidad Interamericana, Recinto Metropolitano, o en el Centro de Estudios Avanzados de Puerto Rico y el Caribe, y en Estados Unidos particularmente en la Salón University en Filadelfia. Sí que he tenido experiencia en diferentes tipos de universidades. Y entonces cuando visito Michigan, pues fue bien impresionante. El recinto, el campus es bien grande y yo le decía a mi papá que cabe la UPI 5 veces para que él entendiera cuán grande era el campus y lo que ofrece también, ¿verdad? Es cuando recibo la noticia que voy a estar participando de estas conferencias, pues entonces empiezo a buscar más sobre la Universidad de Michigan y entonces pues ahí supe, ¿verdad?, que es una universidad bien prestigiosa, es bien importante, fomenta la investigación, es una universidad de las más antiguas del estado y inclusive mucho antes de haberse convertido en un estado de los Estados Unidos. Así que el llegar allí, como le mencioné a la compañera, fue como cuando un niño entra a una tienda de dulces. ¿Verdad?, con los museos y todos los ofrecimientos que tenían allí. Como pueden ver aquí, ahí le dice que está acreditada por la Higher Learning Commission, así que, ¿verdad?, vemos que la importancia que tiene esta universidad. Vamos a ver este video para que puedan
No. Sorry. ¿Quieres ir hasta allá? Ve hasta allá. No se escucha.
Close your eyes and count to 10. Hide and seek, begin again. If you're lost and can't be found, sing the song and count back down. Start back where you left it last. Founders, keepers in the past. Nights are easy, mornings late. Life is all just right mistakes. Write your name and let it be. Leave a trace for all to see. Some will follow, some will lead. All intent to their own needs. Flicker all throughout the game. Run too hard and lose the flame. Some will question, some will know. If it hollers, let it go. Where's it gonna go from here? Where's it gonna go from here? We surprised and left and cried, wandering through space and time. It wasn't all ignored, just by scratching at the door. On another journey round to discover what's been found. As the wind leads to the north, shake the trees and make them tall. Close your eyes and count to 10. Hide and seek, begin again. If you're lost and can't be found, sing the song and count back down. Start back where you left it last. Find his keys in the past.
Pues ahí vieron un poquito de lo que nosotras estuvimos visitando cuando estuvimos allá. Por ejemplo, en el Museo de Historia Natural, cuando yo lo visité, ahí mismo estaban dando una ponencia y me invitaron a sentarme allí a escuchar sobre el CO2 que emana del suelo. Y entonces ahí estamos viendo, ¿verdad?, que eso son cosas que ellos tienen que también sus propios estudiantes utilizan para sus investigaciones y sus trabajos.
Ok, ¿cómo participar de estos talleres, verdad? ¿Cuál es el proceso para solicitar y demás? Se ofrecen becas, la Latin American and Caribbean Studies de la Universidad de Michigan, en alianza con el Departamento de Historia de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, aquí en el recinto de Río Piedras. Y estas becas lo que incluyen es el pasaje hacia la Universidad de Michigan, incluyen la estadía, incluyen la transportación terrestre desde el aeropuerto hasta donde te vas a estar quedando una vez llegas, y cuando te vas a ir de nuevo, pues te transportan del lugar donde te estás quedando hasta el aeropuerto. Así que eso es lo que incluye la beca como tal. Los 3 talleres, por supuesto, 3 días de talleres, y en los talleres hay disponible desayuno y almuerzo. Así que básicamente estaríamos costeando la cena y, ¿verdad?, de verdad que el costo lo que uno invierte es muy poco. La solicitud, ¿verdad?, el profesor Juan Hernández básicamente es la que la comparte. Él está buscando por eso hacer alianzas con el Departamento de Educación, ahora con nuestro sistema educativo, para que los maestros tengan acceso a estas solicitudes y puedan hacerlas. Los requisitos son ser maestro, puede ser de historia, de literatura, de escuelas públicas o privadas, también pueden ser estudiantes graduados. Y lo que se te pide es que llenes la solicitud, adjuntes un currículum vitae y hagas una propuesta de unas 500 palabras de una unidad curricular que tú estarías desarrollando luego de haber tomado estos talleres. O sea, tú tomas estos talleres, ¿verdad?, y te dan un tiempo límite o una fecha límite para someter una unidad curricular. Ellos anualmente hay un tema que se discute. Este año fue Imperio, Independencia y Descolonización en Historia Global. Así que de acuerdo a ese tema, pues tú haces tu propuesta. Eso sí, el tema tiene que ser de América Latina y el Caribe y no aplica al caso de Puerto Rico, no puede ser para estudios de Puerto Rico como tal. ¿Está bien? Lo que yo hice fue que me fui por la descolonización del currículo y a mí me interesa mucho que los estudiantes estén expuestos a lo que es la espiritualidad indígena en el Caribe, no porque no se enseñe, pero se enseña de forma bien somera, bien por encimita, y entonces los niños aquí en Puerto Rico, yo no sé si mis compañeros están de acuerdo, cuando tú le mencionas a los taínos es como que, "Ay, los taínos, no". So, siento que hay la necesidad de un poquito refrescar el contenido que le estamos dando para que haya un poquito más de interés en el tema.
Sí, en el caso mío yo trabajé la parte del intervencionismo estadounidense y la inmigración hispana hacia Estados Unidos como consecuencia del mismo intervencionismo estadounidense, ¿verdad? Trabajar un poquito de lo que ha sido esa historia de intervención de Estados Unidos y llevarlo a la actualidad para que vean, ¿verdad?, la pertinencia de este tema, porque usualmente, ¿verdad?, vemos los temas de historia alejados a lo que nos está ocurriendo ahora y pues lo alineé de esa forma, ¿verdad?, para poder trabajar la propuesta.
Está bastante, ¿sí? En términos de la experiencia nuestra, comenzando con los organizadores, la comunicación es directa con el maestro, con el docente y es constante. Aquí tenemos a Lana Rodríguez allá atrás, que siempre está en comunicación con nosotras, asegurándose de que todo esté bien. También Tim estuvo en contacto con nosotros constantemente, estaba por allí hace un ratito. Así que están bien disponibles y asegurándose de que todas las bases estén cubiertas. Y también para nosotros fue bien importante que los organizadores confraternizaban con nosotras constantemente, no solamente durante los talleres, sino que al finalizar, Bob tiene una tradición y es que él saca una tarde para compartir con los docentes que vienen del extranjero y él dice, espérate, esta tardecita yo la voy a coger para get to know these people, o sea, conocer a estos maestros que están viniendo desde Puerto Rico. Ahí hay una foto de nosotros compartiendo, así que también la oportunidad de la ¿ok?
Ese es Bob Bain.
Sí, Bob, que wow, es un honor y un placer conocer a Bob. No es suficiente escucharlo en los talleres, tú simplemente quieres escucharlo forever. Y también obviamente la experiencia, lo que habíamos comentado, conocer el campus, librerías, bibliotecas, es como que un montón de recursos que usualmente pues no tenemos a la mano, por supuesto.
Ok, durante las conferencias, pues es algo parecido a lo que estamos viendo hoy, que teníamos a la compañera Fonseca que estaba hablando sobre uno de sus temas de investigación y cómo ella lo trabaja en la sala de clase. Pues básicamente las conferencias allá en la Universidad de Michigan como parte del programa de Wally es eso mismo. Son investigaciones por parte de estudiantes o de profesores que ellos la presentan y se la presentan a los maestros como un medio, ¿verdad?, de poder tener información más allá de lo que ofrece el libro de texto. Aquí tenemos, ¿verdad?, una foto, la compañera está aquí presente.
Sí.
Ella habló precisamente, está hablando del proceso inconcluso de colonización en el Caribe y tomó el caso de Puerto Rico. ¿Verdad? Ese fue el último día que tuvimos.
Sí, ese día fue bien importante para nosotras porque, haciendo un paréntesis, pues también nosotros compartimos con profesores de Michigan, ¿no?, que muchas veces no están al tanto de lo que está ocurriendo en Puerto Rico y de la situación colonial de Puerto Rico, tal vez saben, pero no tan a fondo, así que ella trajera este tema y estar dos maestras puertorriqueñas ahí, pues fue como que estuvo chévere. En cuanto a los recursos, Wally crea un archivo digital. Si le pudieras dar un poquito de zoom allí. Ese archivo digital está disponible en línea y una vez tú participas en los talleres te dan acceso a él y ahí está organizado por año y por tema todos los recursos para que los profesores, los maestros los utilicen. Hay documentos primarios, hay fotos, están las ponencias de los investigadores que hablaron en las conferencias, hay PowerPoints, PDF, de verdad que es ilimitado por ahí para abajo.
Sí, que esa es una de las ventajas de formar parte de esta iniciativa.
También, las 2 veces que he participado, he recibido recursos como libros, nos han provisto libros del tema. Este año nos dieron libros acerca de los imperios, para que nosotros tengamos literatura para utilizar con nuestros estudiantes. Y para poder crear la unidad curricular, nos dan acceso a la base de datos de la Universidad de Michigan. Así que imagínese usted tener acceso a esa base de datos, es un privilegio. Te dan un tiempo determinado y ahí tú puedes entonces utilizar los artículos que están allí disponibles, libros y demás.
Y pues también la interacción con maestros, porque estamos ahí 3 días compartiendo con maestros de otras escuelas. Wilmar y yo somos del mismo sistema educativo, pero nunca nos vemos y realmente fue a través de esta iniciativa que ella y yo pues entablamos, ¿verdad? Esta relación de compañera y de amistad que llevamos desde que nos vimos ahí en diciembre. Y también conocimos a una otra maestra de allí de Michigan que todavía nos escribe y ella quiere trabajar conmigo algo sobre el tema de la guerra hispano-cubano-estadounidense con sus estudiantes y los míos, y estamos viendo cómo podemos lograr eso. Pero también, ¿sabes? El estar allí también te provee esto, el poder entonces llevar lo que tú haces hacia otros estudiantes a través de otros maestros.
Así que seguimos con cuál es el propósito de Wally. Importante, y lo que Bob Bain enfatiza es que tenemos que reflexionar y actuar en términos de cómo estamos enseñando la historia, hacer cambios a la forma en que lo estamos haciendo. Y él sostiene que una de las mejores maneras de hacerlo es crear conexiones que trasciendan lo cronológico o que sea todo englobado bajo temas. Así que deberían ser conexiones que, ¿verdad?, él le llama scale changing, ¿no? Que cambien de escala constantemente entre lo local y lo global, entre lo contemporáneo y lo que ocurrió en la época.
Y también, ¿verdad? Como mencioné ahorita, les pone a temas que no están en los libros de texto. Por ejemplo, aquí la compañera que presentó sobre el tema del nacionalismo, nosotros aquí en Puerto Rico particularmente, ¿verdad? Que eso es parte de nuestra historia. Cuando buscamos en los libros de texto, solamente hay una página que habla sobre ese evento tan importante en ese periodo en Puerto Rico particularmente. Entonces, pues, por ejemplo, le había comentado a ella que cuando yo estaba haciendo mi bachillerato, nos dieron la tarea de investigar quiénes eran las casas editoras en ese momento, las casas editoras de los libros de texto de todos los grados relacionados a la clase de estudios sociales o de historia en Puerto Rico, ¿verdad? Y entonces ver también las agendas que hay detrás de las mismas casas publicadoras o quién está en el gobierno en ese momento, que entonces lo que hace es que controla también la información que hay en ese libro de texto. Entonces, lo que Wally también invita a esto es que tú como maestro, ¿verdad? Tú no tan solo reflexionar, sino también decidir si te vas a quedar con lo que está en el libro o vas a ir más allá de lo que está ahí, y estas investigaciones pues te proveen ese material que los libros no te dan. Y, ¿verdad? Pues estamos todo el tiempo actualizados, por ejemplo, también en el tema relacionado al poblamiento americano. Esta tarea la hice yo solita. En el 2015, una profesora que precisamente ella es de aquí de la UPR, del Centro de Investigaciones, Miriam Lugo, nos habla sobre un documental relacionado a nuevas investigaciones sobre el poblamiento de América. Un documental súper bueno. Cuando empiezo a buscar, no encuentro eso que está en el documental en los libros. Ese mismo año me dan una nueva edición de Editorial Panamericana de revisar el libro para ver si entonces la escuela lo comenzaba a usar, y lo que hice fue buscar si estaban ahí esas investigaciones que se habían hecho y se habían publicado en ese documental en el 2013, en un libro del 2015. Y en ese libro todavía seguían, ¿verdad?, hablando sobre el estrecho de Bering. Y no hablaban de los huesos de Eva, no hablaban de una investigación particularmente de la Universidad de Michigan, de las esporas, y nada de eso estaba ahí. Y entonces ahí es donde está ese reto, esa parte de uno, de estar constantemente actualizado. Y, ¿verdad?, eso es un trabajo, porque hay investigaciones corriendo todo el tiempo. Y eso es una tarea que, ¿verdad?, nosotros debemos hacer, y un compromiso que tenemos también con los estudiantes, porque como había mencionado en el panel anterior, nosotros transmitimos ese conocimiento, así que si nosotros somos la guía para que ellos tengan acceso a ese conocimiento, pues ahí está esa parte de responsabilidad nuestra con estos nuevos hallazgos y estas nuevas narrativas históricas que se presentan en esas investigaciones en Wally.
Exacto, ver al docente como investigador fomenta la investigación y nos da curiosidad también, no te creas, entrar a esa base de datos, ver todo lo que los otros profesores están haciendo, pues es como que nos motiva a seguir investigando.
Y, por ejemplo, también los primeros 2 días de conferencia estaban hablando mucho sobre la colonización de Asia y de África. Y en el caso de nosotros, ¿verdad?, por el currículo que nosotros tocamos aquí, casi nunca se trabaja esa parte de Asia y de África. y estábamos nosotras como...
Sí, reflexionando.
Sí, exacto. No sabíamos mucho de lo que estaban hablando y también reflexionando, nosotros no tocamos esto, ¿por qué no lo tocamos?
Correcto.
Y verdad que también invita a eso mismo, porque usualmente pues nuestras clases responden también a nuestro entorno, nuestra región en donde nos encontramos, y entonces nos olvidamos de otras historias que también se han dado.
Sí, y también nos hizo reflexionar acerca de la condición colonial de Puerto Rico y cómo pues esas conexiones globales a veces son a través del imperio, ¿no? A través de Estados Unidos, antes a través de España. Así que fue una reflexión bien buena. Y también, obviamente, integrar la literatura, como bien sugiere Wally, ¿no? Integrar la literatura al estudio de la historia desde diferentes aspectos, desde la literatura como objeto de documento primario, que contiene diferentes narrativas históricas. Así que es fomentar, integrarla también. ¿Cómo hemos integrado lo aprendido en Wally en nuestras clases o en nuestra práctica? Obviamente, pues hemos creado nuevas unidades curriculares. La vez pasada, en el 2017, cuando yo asistí a Wally, el tema era acerca de la resistencia. Así que yo creé una unidad curricular acerca de la espiritualidad afrocaribeña como modo de resistencia a los procesos de colonización aquí en el Caribe. Particularmente hablé de la religión yoruba y de la palería o palo mayombe. Así que sí estamos creando contenido nuevo que pudiera estar a la disposición de nuestros compañeros si así lo requirieran. Y pues como mencioné anteriormente, incorporando lo que Bob Bain ha estado resaltando de incorporar conexiones con eventos a nivel mundial, que pues ha sido un poco un reto para nosotros porque no es la práctica usual hacerlo de forma tan global, pero queremos movernos hacia eso, por supuesto, y eso era algo eso fue lo que lo motivó a él también a hacerlo, porque encontró que en Michigan pues no se estaba haciendo lo suficiente, ¿no? Y entonces estamos utilizando aquí un diagrama que él compartió con nosotros para cambiar de escala y podemos ver cómo desde historia personal podemos ir básicamente hasta historia cósmica o al revés, tratar de cubrir la mayor cantidad de escalas posibles dentro del tema y si así lo permite. Y aquí abajito, si pudieras darle zoom. Ay, mira mami. Es que esto es medio tricky, no sé. No sé usar esto. Yo voy y le doy. No, lo lamento. La mandaron para acá. Esta tabla es súper útil, es muy buena y es lo mismo, ¿no? Scale changing, cambiar de narrativa desde microhistoria, biografías o personajes históricos que usualmente nosotros siempre lo utilizamos en nuestra sala de clase, historia nacional, historia regional, historia global, historia del mundo, hasta llegar básicamente a Cosmic or Big History y te lo explica al ladito qué sería lo que estarías tocando. En este caso explica cómo puedes cambiar en escalas de tiempo, ¿no? Las biografías pues obviamente va a tocar unas décadas versus la historia nacional que puede entonces tomar décadas o siglos y así, ¿verdad? Puedes ir cambiando de escala. Esto lo vamos a utilizar en un ejercicio que vamos a hacer un poquito más adelante.
Pues bien, integrando lo aprendido, ¿verdad? La cuestión de trabajar los documentos, me apropié de un término que utiliza la compañera que se llama los laboratorios históricos. Siempre trabajamos con documentos, pero entonces le dimos un poquito más de seriedad a lo que hacíamos y entonces pues hoy vamos a trabajar con documentos y vamos a estar en un laboratorio. Y entonces es desmenuzar ese documento y utilizarlo, por ejemplo, como menciona él, traerlo de pertinencia al presente. Por ejemplo, cuando estábamos trabajando la independencia de los Estados Unidos, el documento de la Declaración de Independencia, pues yo lo trabajé con mis estudiantes, ¿verdad? Trabajamos el preámbulo, las acusaciones, etcétera, y pues yo le dije, pues ok, pues imagínense que los que estamos aquí en el salón de clase, estamos reunidos en Congreso y vamos a redactar la Declaración de Independencia de Puerto Rico, cuáles son las acusaciones que entonces vamos a hacer. Y entonces, pues los puse a pensar, porque muchos dijeron corrupción, robo, y yo, bueno, pero es que hay corrupción en República Dominicana, hay corrupción en Cuba, hay corrupción en Venezuela, dame la acusación, sé específico. Y entonces, pues, ahí lo fuimos trabajando y lo pusimos a pensar, y como este documento, bien importante dentro de la historia de Estados Unidos, de hace 200 años atrás, pues le trae pertinencia a ellos sobre lo que está pasando en su país y cómo es, ¿verdad? No cambia el peso que tenía ese documento en aquella época o como lo puede tener ahora, ¿verdad? So, un ejemplo, en la cuestión de lo de la literatura, cómo lo integramos con por ejemplo, la cabaña del tío Tom, el capítulo 5, que es más casi siempre el que yo trabajo. Lo leemos, lo discutimos, vemos qué aspectos históricos se ven ahí reflejados en ese texto que fue bien importante también en esa época.
Otro ejemplo de cómo lo estoy incorporando en la sala de clase es cuando discuto la invasión estadounidense. Sabemos que esto ocurre en 1898, luego de discutir la guerra hispano-cubano-estadounidense o americana, pues yo los llevo hasta 1998, que es cuando se celebra el centenario de la invasión. Hay un video en YouTube disponible donde se documentó cómo los partidos en Puerto Rico celebraron o conmemoraron esa fecha. Estaba el PPD, el PNP y el PIP. Y entonces los estudiantes hacen esas conexiones y ven cómo el PNP está diciendo, cuando los estadounidenses llegaron por estas playas a traer la democracia, ¿no? Versus el PPD, que lo que hace es básicamente celebrando la fecha, pero por la Constitución de Lela, y vemos al PIP entonces diciendo, mira, ya es hora de que Estados Unidos nos dé la independencia. Hacen esa conexión entre lo que estaba ocurriendo 100 años después y la relevancia del evento en sí. Así que ahí estamos viendo ese cambio, porque yo pudiera haber simplemente, ¿verdad?, hablado de la invasión y seguir cronológicamente y después al final decir, pues miren, en 1998, 3 meses después, ¿no? Así que en clase, así que es bueno que los nenes hagan esas conexiones entre lo histórico y lo contemporáneo. Y por último, la microhistoria, un ejercicio que yo hago con mis estudiantes partiendo de la historia personal. Es muy largo para explicarlo aquí, pero básicamente ellos hacen una investigación de sus ancestros con una herramienta que está en línea que se llama familysearch.org, no sé si alguien la conoce, es de la Iglesia de los Santos de los Últimos Días y está disponible al público y ahí hay documentos primarios, hay actas de nacimiento, hay actas de defunción, hay actas de matrimonio y los chicos pueden explorar acerca de quiénes eran sus ancestros, datos ¿verdad?, en esos documentos primarios. Y básicamente lo que hago es que en ese siglo XX, ¿dónde estaban tus ancestros? Por ejemplo, los míos eran braceros en fincas de caña de azúcar. Así que pues me pongo a investigar por ahí y verifico en qué hacienda era que ellos trabajaban. Y aparece la información, por ejemplo, en el censo. Así que es que ellos exploren qué hacían mis ancestros durante el siglo XX. Eran peones, una de las chicas descubrió que su familia era de Yauco, yo soy de Yauco, y que su familia era inmigrantes corsos que habían llegado a Yauco y ella no sabía absolutamente nada de esto. Así que es ver dentro de la historia dónde estaban mis ancestros, qué estaban haciendo, y eso lo hace, por supuesto, interesarse en la historia del país.
Sí, también que, ¿verdad?, como parte de lo que ella habla sobre la historia del individuo, trabajando el tema de los movimientos por los derechos civiles en Estados Unidos, y buscando también, por un trabajo que estaba haciendo, no directamente con la escuela, otras mujeres negras en Puerto Rico. Y entonces ahí conocí a Felicita Méndez, que fue parte del cambio que hubo en las escuelas en Estados Unidos con la segregación. Y entonces, pues, a través de la historia de ella, de cómo desde su familia, desde Junco, ella fue importada, porque es la palabra que se utiliza, hacia Arizona en el 1926, a esas plantaciones a trabajar como si fueran negros en campos de concentración, y cómo estando allí ella con su familia peleó por los derechos laborales de los puertorriqueños que se encontraban ahí en ese momento. Así que hablando de Felicita, pues ahí se tocó la parte de la migración puertorriqueña como mano de obra hacia Estados Unidos. Trabajamos la cuestión de la lucha por los derechos laborales, tanto en Puerto Rico como en Estados Unidos, y también la cuestión de la segregación racial y del impacto que tuvo esa figura, no tan solamente, ¿verdad?, en la historia de Puerto Rico, sino en la historia de Estados Unidos particularmente. Y así que desde la figura de ella como individuo, ahí vimos, ¿verdad?, cómo se dieron esas otras escalas y cómo vimos esos otros temas que también hablan de la historia de Puerto Rico. Ok, ahora sí vamos para la actividad. Aquí pusimos narra la historia de Puerto Rico, pero como aquí tenemos personas también de Estados Unidos, pues dependiendo del grupo que estén, pues entonces vamos a ver cuál historia es la que van a narrar. Así que vamos a pedirles que estén en 5 grupos. Vamos a dar la actividad, 5 grupos.
Esta actividad, okay, in English, we're gonna do an activity. It's gonna be in groups of 5 groups. We need you to do 5 groups for this activity.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Está bien. I think that where you are right now, it is okay.
It's okay.
So I have
Yes.
one group here, another group over there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Teachers can just, well, this is something that could be good. Teachers could just interact with other people, like Puerto Rican teachers can just interact with other people. And this activity, Bob Bain was the one that shared it with us, and it's just an exercise to reflect on how we would narrate our national history. It could be Puerto Rican history, it could be United States history, it could be world history. So what we're gonna be doing basically is just in 5 groups. Someone's gonna give you a cardboard, and you're gonna narrate the story of the history of the U.S. or Puerto Rico, or whichever you choose, world history in 10 events. You're gonna pick 10 events, and we're gonna just reflect upon what connections you make between those events, or which events you thought were more important than others. So we're gonna give you some minutes, and then we're gonna discuss it with the rest of the group. Suban, yo creo que las tarjetitas, los Sharpies. ¿Tienes Sharpie? Yes, she's gonna give you markers right now. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna repeat whichever you choose. In your case, if you're from the U.S. and you want to say your national history from the U.S., you do that. In case of Puerto Ricans, we can narrate Puerto Rican history in 10 events. So we just set 10 to like make a, like pick a number.
I'm gonna show you an example.
We're gonna have people writing and
Can you
basically
see
a
this?
novel.
Excuse me, can you see this? This is an example of what you're gonna do. You see over here that you got Cold War, you have a Industrial Revolution. So that's what we want. We want you to do. To think about 10 events and put it on the cardboard.
Sí. Does someone want to? Yes. Sí, sí puede. Does someone have questions? Yes, it's very like open because we don't want to be too. So basically, narrate the story of the U.S., the world, or Puerto Rico in case of our Puerto Rican teachers in 10 events. You pick whichever 10 events you'd like. Does anyone want actual cards to do it, like to write on them, or would you be okay with writing on the cardboards? Yeah.
I do something with my students every time that excuse me. Okay.
Teacher. She's a teacher. She's here being a teacher. Yes. ¿Cuál? Okay. Y no lo sé. Nosotros pues mira y qué. Bebiendo café. Bebiendo café. Hay café. Es agua así. Pero lo bueno es que el vaso es negro. You can't tell. No, y yo a veces me tiro. Sí. Que si no me dan ganas de orinar. Pero yo tengo problemas con que a veces cambio de professional to local. selfie aquí. No tengo cámara. Okay. Mira, Suan se fue a interactuar con ellos y yo acá. Lo sabemos. We know it's hard, yes. Pasa también cuando son de diferentes nacionalidades como ellos, como que what do I pick? Pues mira, como los maestros son perfeccionistas, lo del tiempo no nos iba a funcionar. No, vamos a darle, qué sé yo, como hasta las 45. Eso era como para controlar la presentación, sí. Pero pues. ¿Cuánto tiempo hay? Es lo que pensé para darle como hasta las 45. Y después de mirar el sticker, yo me traje el stack de sticker, pero como no me escucharon, se lo damos al final. Ah, sí, brutal. Qué bueno. Es que también queremos que mira cuál le ponemos. Yo tengo de todo, mira, están estos, está este. No, me gusta. Oh, yo quiero esto. Es que yo uso los stickers. Para motivar a los nenes. Interesantemente, hasta los grandes aman los stickers. Yo amo los stickers. Pero yo quiero los stickers. Me gustó uno y no lo encuentro. Josué. Es Josué. Me gustó este. No, este me gustó. Ay, me muero. Pero puedes usar este está cool. También. Sí, le pego un sticker aquí. ¿Puedo coger este de gatito? Sí. Voy a poner mi teléfono a cargar porque nada más tengo... Ok. Hasta que más qué sé yo, como hasta las 45. No, lo que queremos al final ponerle un sticker al que lo haga cool. A todo el mundo. ¿Dónde se matriculó finalmente? Ah, para la Central. Ok. La Central está brutal. Hay una pregunta de aquel grupo. Yo le dije que al final la discutíamos. Ellos están hablando sobre eventos y procesos. Y después hablamos de eso al final. De forma global. Sí. Quería aclarar algo que I wanted to point out something that's very important and that some groups were talking about this, about events versus processes or versus we just used the word event like it can be bended in any way. So you just play with it, okay? Yes, we just used event in like in a global kind of way, I don't know.
Sí, sí, estoy sacando esto para ponerle el sticker. Okay, in 1 minute, we are gonna see what you did.
Pero me gusta que están hablando.
Sí, sí, sí. Y tú ahí, Fran va a ser la maestra. Literal.
Pero viste que se pudo.
Sí, sí, sí.
No, porque ellos miraban y yo, she's just being a teacher, like for teachers, like excuse me. Me acuerdo en un boomerang. Ok, ¿Me tomé una foto? ¿Qué hice?
No sabemos qué están haciendo. ¿Todo bien con tu teléfono?
Ah, es que están llegando todas las notificaciones. ¿Ves? Como lo tenía en Airplane Mode. Diablo, puñeta. Yo creo que ya. Nos tomamos el boomerang y discutimos.
¿Qué hacen los presentadores mientras ellos están haciendo?
¿Qué hacen qué? Un boomerang. Nos tomamos este boomerang y vamos a la discusión. No, no es esto. Ya, yo creo que ya estamos. ¿Tú sabes qué quiero enseñarte? Que esta parte funge como espejo. Te pones ausente. ¿Viste, guapo? ¿Qué pasa? Yo dije, necesito uno que me pueda ver yo ahí, mi reflejo. Vamos.
Sí.
¿Ves que están interactivos? Okay, so we being teachers, we have to keep time. So what we want to do now, basically, is just that we're really happy seeing you guys from here, seeing the interactions. So we're really glad that you got to talk a bit. What we want to do is just voluntarily, is that well said? Voluntarily, if there's a group that we want to share what they did, that would be okay. And what we want to do is just reflect upon what we did and why we did it that way and explain to others. So let's just start with whichever group wants to go and do that. Which group's gonna go ahead and do it? Sí, sí. So, okay, tenemos voluntarios. So, yes, I understand, but we have to keep time. So we would appreciate it if you guys would just
Hello.
would look. Wow. That's
Yes.
awesome. So let's see what this group did.
Well, since working at the University of Michigan, working with Darren a lot, and knowing Bob Bain, I'm trying to channel these people who I work with on a daily basis. We did U.S. history, and so if we want to think meta, some of the things that we thought about, how do we make decisions about the topics, is questions about where do we start, right? What is the beginning point? What is the end point? And so we started brainstorming just events. Then we had a question about, well, what is an event? Can we think about, the Industrial Revolution seems like a process, not an event. So can we be flexible with our definition of event?
Yes, you can.
So that we can include more stuff in the cards. So we ended up with U.S. history, starting with European arrival and settlements, the start of African slavery. Third was the founding. We included the revolution and the Constitution, again, in the interest of putting more stuff in the cards. The Civil War and end of slavery. 1898, the start of the American Empire. 6, we have the Great Depression and the New Deal. 7, World War II. 8, Civil Rights Movement. Cold War. And then 9/11 and the War on Terror. There were some decisions about women's suffrage, and then we decided that we're just going to take a feminist perspective through all of it, so we can be inclusive of women rather than women being events. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Woo. Does another group want to share what they did? Okay, we have one here.
So we did not delineate a chronology for the events that we chose, in part because we felt that they overlapped, and we also had a similar discussion about what constitutes an event, and recognizing that some of these things are still ongoing, and history is not just something that happened in the past. And we also took the liberty of combining lots of things together to maximize our 10-card limit, because when we started just brainstorming together and listing events, we noticed that we were listing a lot of wars and wanting to then think about what is the other side of that, or what are the other angles that we can think about this as. So that describes our thought process, and what we came up with was 1492, Columbus's arrival and onset of genocide.
Excuse me, is this the history of?
The U.S.
The U.S.
Thank you, sorry, that was very important.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
9/11 and the War on Terror, Hurricane Katrina, Civil War and Reconstruction / Jim Crow. We stretched it and combined World War I, II, and the Cold War, because they really all just keep going, the interwar period. The American Revolution, slavery, suffrage movements. We didn't want to single out one particular group, and thought that voting and bringing in people's voices was really important to highlight. The civil rights movement, and then the 2008 recession.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Okay.
Our group is composed by people from Puerto Rico, Brazil, and Colombia. So we consider focusing on the other countries, but in the end, well, we decided to go with Puerto Rico. It will be much easier for all. We chose 10 events after a lot of discussion and consideration. This is not an easy task, actually.
It is not, but that's why it's so good.
So we chose as our first event our pre-Hispanic past. Of course, as professors and students, we were wondering where words to use, what kind of concept to call this process. Well, we decided to call it pre-Hispanic past. Then the so-called discovery of the Americas, or how do you call it in English? Yeah, that's it. Well, we call it the encounter, encounter in 1492. Then in 1493, the discovery of Puerto Rico, and the beginning of the colonization of the island in 1508. It started in the southwest, and it went up to the north until San Juan, where the capital was set. And then we summarized 3 centuries of Spanish domination. Let's say from actually 4 centuries of Spanish domination up to 1898 with the Hispanic-American War and the change of sovereignty. And then we chose it's like more like a process. The election of the first Puerto Rican governor, which was in 1948, Luis Muñoz Marin, although the Commonwealth was established in 1952. So we think these 2 events go together. And then Manos a la Obra was Operation Bootstrap. It is the name of this development strategy that changed significantly the island, our economy, our society, and it's a landmark in Puerto Rican history, a very important process. It has its consequences until today. And then 2 more recent events. Hurricane Maria was Hurricane Maria. There's not much else to say. And then for the 4 of us, What happened in Puerto Rico in last July was an important event. Still under scrutiny, under analysis, under consideration, and hoping that it will have lasting effects on the Puerto Rican politics. At least that's what some of us hope, still hope. So those are our 10 significant events in Puerto Rican history.
So thank you. And now we have our last group, right? Do you guys have the microphone? Oh, okay. It's on its way.
Again. Spanglish. Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm gonna try to do it in Spanglish. These things. So we began with the indigenous civilizations, all of them, and then with the Taino indigenous. I'm sorry. The second event that we put was the encounter of the different cultures, Spanish ones, the conquered, the colonization, and the evangelization in the island. Third one, the melting pot issue and the born of the Puerto Rican culture. The fourth, oh my God, no, if I say in Spanish, they don't understand. Lucha separatista en contra del gobierno español.
The 19th century revolution in Puerto Rico.
Easy one.
It includes the Grito de Lares, the fight against slavery, and also La Carta Autonómica. I don't know how to say that.
That's the name. 180, 98. No, I'm sorry.
97.
97.
97, yes.
The Hispanic War, invasion of the United States in Puerto Rico, and the consequences in the Caribbean. The number 6, military government and civil government in Puerto Rico. Number 7, imperialism, consequences of the imperialism of the United States in Puerto Rico. 8, economic and social development in the island, manos a la obra, industrialization, and the old workers' movement. Number 9, the ELA, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, nationalism, and the construction and the building of the new political parties. And the the last number, revolution and acculturation, we finish with the same one, el verano del 19.
Well, something that I do with my students when they finish their task is that I give them a sticker.
We all love stickers.
And you know what? This triggers something, negative things in them. I think this is special, but for some of them, not.
So now we wanted to just wrap it up in terms of reflecting on the exercise that we just did. You can just comment on what was your process like, or what you saw on the others that you could have done, or if someone wants to just take it from here. Or I could comment something. Just real quick, I was really intrigued in terms of the starting point. Just as she said, just when she said the arrival of the Europeans was the term that you used. So I thought about indigenous peoples, so it was left out. So how do you pick? I know it was just 10 things and it was hard, but just some thoughts that I had right here. And how some just kept it chronological and some just went beyond that. And how difficult it is to like, okay, so just events, so how do I connect them? It's very hard sometimes. Some thoughts that I just was having while you guys were presenting. So who wants to comment on this? Someone has the microphone. Who wants to comment about the exercise?
Yes. I'm teaching the United States history of the United States this year, and I started the course with the constitutional development of the United States and the civil rights movement. And usually we start that course with I don't know, geography or with other things. We start from the beginning, but I thought it was very important to start about the Constitution, the rights that we have as a citizen, and how people have been fighting for their rights, because I think people don't know the rights. And if you show them their rights, how they were made, and how they fight for them, I think that is very important. And not just go to chronological. It is more important the content of what you're teaching right now. And we go back and forth when we do it that way. But the main subject on that thing was the rights, you know, the Constitution and the rights. And it was two different centuries. It was the 18th century and the 20th century. So we travel through the time to talk about the same topic. So that is one of the examples, the way that you can teach history, not doing it in a chronological way.
Yes.
Well, like this exercise made me like think about the college entrance examination, which I had when I was in Japan, because when we took the entrance exam of the world history, you were given 5 to 10 keywords, and you have to make a cohesive story using those words. And when we did this, we had like difficulties to come to like how to term each incident. For example, as you talk, like 1492, is it a Columbus Day or like a genocide starting day, or like is it finding or to be found? So I think it's really good exercise to think about what do you think is important and how do we like understand the relationship and cause and effects of like several events, as well as thinking about the scale of these events. Like do you want to individualize, kind of pick, say, LGBT movement, or do you want to include it in the greater effects of the civil rights or, new social movements, for example? So we really enjoyed doing this.
That's so good to hear. Who else wants to comment on this? Sesame?
We were having that discussion here in this group because this is a very arbitrary process, having to decide which event is more important than the other. And this is actually what happened to us when we're preparing for class.
Yes.
We have a limited amount of time. We're discussing that. Where do I start? Where do I finish? Sometimes it could be even unfair. So that's part of the process. Trying to integrate all this history from all these groups and try to be as inclusive as I can be. I was discussing earlier in the morning with another professor that a student pointed that in my classes I didn't have a single female historian or theorist. And the other boys tried to dismiss her point, but I had to stop the class and acknowledge that she was totally right. And that is a homework that I have right now to include now females and other people, other groups, historian theories from other groups, in order to be as fair as I can and inclusive as I can in the short amount of time that I have to teach them.
Yes. Is there something else that wants to be? No. I just wanted to say that we're kind of against the clock. We just wanted to. This was perfect for us. Hearing you guys. This is what we have to do each year. We have to like pick. Sometimes we just establish something and we just break it completely when we meet our students. But yes, it is a very important reflexive exercise. So thank you all for participating and making it so interesting. We also have another, we're not gonna be able to do it, but just it's
gonna show
something
it
that you can do with your students. This was something that Swan does on her classroom.
Yeah, last year I taught Puerto Rican contemporary history, and I wanted to work on Betances' figure in Puerto Rico because all the time when we talk about Betances, we talk about political things, and he was more than political. So I made this.
Like a
Let me-
diagram, you could say.
Yeah, and you see here that it says that you can Betances as a poet, and but, general information about him, where is he from, their fathers, his mother, and then his work about his work as doctor, then his relationship with other revolutionaries as Rhys Belvis and Hostos, also his international relationship when he, during the 19th century, the revolutions in Europe, the Caribbean, in Haiti, in Puerto Rico, in New York. So make those connections about that figure. In that way, you can work in more integrated way a figure just than one subject that it was what we do all the time, you know.
Yes, we always use historical figures, of course, and it's just about scale changing. We're just bringing this again, and just from the biography or from this figure to like nation history or world history, and just trying to do that instead of just giving the student the biography or what this person did locally or something. So
And you can play with this. Yeah, you can. If you're gonna work with Pedro Albizus Campos, then all those things are gonna change. So you have to pick in which way we're gonna work this figure about Albizu, not just political. Maybe his job as a lawyer, as a military, and as a speaker, and all that.
So basically, this is it. We thank you all for your attention, and we'll be talking to you guys in a minute.
Thanks a lot to Wilmari and to Swan. I think that this was actually interesting, beautiful, etc., etc. So very proud of the work they've done, especially this one, which is almost like my intellectual daughter in many ways. So we're gonna have 5 minutes again to set up the next panel. Remember that after that panel we have lunch for everybody, so stay with us. And after lunch we have Darren's pedagogical seminar. So we still have a bunch of things to stay with. So if anybody needs to go to the bathroom, get some coffee. Again, remember that the coffee needs to stay outside. Remember to sign up. Los que hayan llegado, atrás hay unos papeles de asistencia. Y recuerden, remember the evaluation forms for grant.
Presentations and that's it. Oh, you don't have it on here? No. I kind of did it like online form. Oh, can I check really quick if mine is there? Sona. Well. Okay, there it is. Okay. Oh, why is there a...
shoot, mine's not up here. It's not? No, it's not.
Is it on the desktop? He said he downloaded
Oh, he
them
did?
all.
Oh, he did. Okay. Sorry. I know. Okay. There we go. It's like, thank God. I'm like, this is gonna be interesting. Otherwise, okay, great. All right. Do I just put it down?
Yeah.
Great. Cool.
So, as some people are still coming in, we're going to start with the fourth panel of the symposium. The title is, in Spanish, Las vulnerabilidades del patriarcado, la raza y el género. In English, the vulnerabilities of patriarchy, race, and gender. So our first presenter is going to be Brittany Puller from the University of Michigan. The title of her presentation in Spanish is Colonialismo Comparativo, la casta en México e India. In English, Comparative Colonialism, Casta in Mexico and India.
Everyone see? Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me here. So I'm going to break up the presentation into 3 parts. It's a very complex history, but I anticipate talking first about casta history in a comparative context, and then talking about why it's actually important to talk about this and the idea of vulnerability in the classroom. And then at the end of the presentation, I'm going to do a small exercise to actually show how we can talk about this through the usage of visual devices. So a large part of my project is actually using art to talk about these things. So basically, just to start with, when we think about the idea of caste or casta, the first thing that comes to mind is actually India. And it's quite interesting because when we think about India and caste, we think about Hinduism, this idea that people were stratified based on this idea of religious purity, so this hierarchy system. But it's interesting because caste and casta doesn't actually come from India. There is no indigenous term for it itself. It actually originates in 16th century Portugal. And so that's where I actually want to start with today and thinking about the origins of colonialism in this. So during the 16th century, the Portuguese ventured into Asia, Africa, and Latin America looking for new Christians and spices, which the story we quite know well. When they came across these new lands, they used the term casta to actually describe new species of plants and animals. But when they settled, they started to use the same term to describe people. So suddenly we have this idea of casta referring to people based on pure bloodlines and biological ancestry, which we didn't have before. And so when the Portuguese came to India in the 16th century, they were there only for a short period of time in Goa. However, there's this sort of knowledge was being passed around. So the Dutch and the British came thereafter. So by the mid-17th century, this term was actually used by the Dutch and the British. And so now we know that actually the British ended up taking over India, and this knowledge was actually passed down. So when we look in 18th, 19th century histories, we see colonial manuals that are using the term casta to actually describe the people that they're subjugating. And it's really interesting because when we look at these histories, they actually categorize people not only by race but by religious purity. And if you kind of look around, we see a transgression where on the left side, the male is lighter skin, referring to higher purity. The Brahmin's a priest. And then we have the next class, which is the warriors. Then on the bottom left side, we have the Shudras, which are workers. And then I would say Vaishyas, which are actually merchants. And then we have the Shudras, which are, thank you, that helps a lot. And so we can already see racial classification, but the basis of purity becomes visualized, which was not there previously. So suddenly we have this classification system. And today, if we actually look at the history of caste and segregation, people still abide by these rules that actually were not in place. So it's interesting to see how this legacy is actually lived on. That wasn't always there. So now I actually want to move to Mexico a bit. So this history might be more common to you, but as we actually look at this broadly, we can think about how imperial governance strategies actually were very similar. So in the 16th century, the Spanish came to all over Latin America, and most strikingly Mexico. And this is a very famous casta painting. And you can actually see, if you start from the left at the top, this was considered classifications of Español and what it meant to be white. And as we go down the list, the racial hierarchy gets lower based on not only your status as a settler, as a person in Mexico, but also racially. And these ideas actually infiltrated what we think about race, what we think about society, what made a second-class citizen. And these ideas were very much embedded in eugenics. And so basically, this came out of this idea of when the Spanish came, what do we do with this new population that we subjugate, the Indios, indigenous people? And so harsh measures were actually made to separate the colonized from the colonizer. In Mexico City, and we can even see this in Calcutta in India, separate parts of the city were designated for white people, and the inhabitants of natives were actually deemed illegal. So if you can actually see, there's cantonments for where white people could live versus indigenous people. So we actually have a physical separation we can see in the city structures today. In colonial Mexico, racial stature designated many indigenous people into high taxation and occupational rules based on their own ethnicity. And we see this today why there's so many Indios that were in mining and in farming and various labor practices. And I would actually like to say one step further that this is actually slavery, and that this was actually pushed on these people based on their classification. And so, for instance, if you were down here, you had a higher taxation based on who your parents were and where you came from. And if you were down here, of course, you would be subjugated to mining. You couldn't have free status as someone that actually had a white parent. And so we have this legacy today. And we try to collapse these ideas into single categories where now we have Indio instead of different indigenous identities, where we have mestizaje instead of having other classifications. And so when it comes to developing a classroom, this context is very similar throughout Latin America. Puerto Rico also has this history. And this is why it's very important to think about this from a meta approach as well, because I can guess if you look in the classroom today, everyone has faced this sort of discrimination history and this legacy that lives on in the post-colonial society. So I take a meta approach to think about how can we actually see the racial stratifications or repressions of caste as an imperial concept. So taking it from the larger sphere to the personal. So this actually creates this idea of empathy and solidarity, and even an understanding of caste in India, and why it's important not only in India, but in Mexico, but in Puerto Rico, because we can actually bring this idea of solidarity amongst these post-colonial societies and these colonized people, and see the imperial strategies of what it means to be colonized versus the colonizer. And so, just to think about this too, so when we think about vulnerability in the classroom, it's important to put this out there, but also have a couple of major points to make it known that even though these strategies still live on, that they have been countered and there are ways of resistance. So for instance, thinking about though the consequences are here, they're based on structural inequalities. So thinking about Mexico, there's physical segregation, there's fiscal responsibilities here, there's racial separation. And then also thinking about eugenics. How does the idea of race theory actually play into this? So we can actually see this through images. And it actually needs to be shown that it's no longer valid. And then thinking about how this actually relates to other parts of colonized society. So how India is actually really close to what we think about in Mexico and Puerto Rico. So now I actually just want to think about how to actually talk about this. I just gave you a very large history, and I'm sure your students don't actually want to read all of this. It's a lot of work. So how can we actually condense this in a very short period of time? And so I showed you a couple images prior about how we can actually think about these things through looking at images. And this is another image, so thinking about maps. So I want you to just look at this for about a minute or so. It's very complex, but then I'm going to actually simulate a few questions that we can talk through to get the same point. And this is actually a map of the 19th century British Empire. So I'm going to go with a couple questions first, and then I'll come back to this. I promise, there's a lot going on here. So I'm gonna ask a few questions, and I hope you all can participate. So to start, how are trade routes and empire depicted in this map? How are trade maps being portrayed here?
The UK is in the center, and everything starts from UK.
That's true. So UK is actually the center of this map. So we see this as the center of the world, perhaps. How else is the trade routes depicted here? If UK is at the center. Absolutely. And it looks like some of these countries are actually colored differently. So there's white countries and there's red countries. What do we think the red countries actually represent? Yes, absolutely. So we can see here, red, 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 red. And these trade maps are actually connecting that to the red areas here. So another question. How are colonizers versus the colonized represented through dress? And this gets at the idea of racial categories and hierarchies here. Ooh, it's looking alongside the map. Don't be shy, it's uncomfortable what you're seeing, obviously.
I think the
Yes?
The colonizer is dressed supposedly more civilized and than the colonists. The colonists, they're portrayed basically like savages.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They're the representation of something primitive.
Absolutely. So we see the colonizers dressed often in white, completely covered, and the colonized not.
Or exoticized. They're yeah, like I don't know. Yes, that
Yes.
woman is. They look exotic.
Absolutely. And if we can kind of go over this really quick, I might have to speed a little bit. But can anyone tell what this person might be? Where they're from? Kangaroo, possibly? Australia. So these were Aboriginal people. How about, this might be off topic as well, but what about in the corner here, the left-hand side with the elephant? Yes. And then on the left-hand corner and the left-hand, like the high left side? Absolutely. So this is actually how they're depicting society. So we can actually see this through these images, which is quite striking. So this one's a little bit easier to find. So how is British Empire portrayed? So not only from those images that we saw, but how is liberalism here portrayed in this image? I'll give you a couple of clues if you want to look up top towards the image. Anyone think that? Yes. And if you can kind of see here, like the crown of the British Empire, they're sitting on top of the world. So they're bringing these ideologies to the world as per what this image says. If they're doing that, another question. And lastly, what can this image tell us about the extent and intentions of empire and colonialism? And so what I'm doing here is thinking about what these larger things that you can see is, and then thinking more critically. So not only like what is this doing for empire, but why is this problematic? Anyone take turns with a trial?
Well, an empire extends itself from its territory in order to acquire raw resources and labor force, and they subjugate all these other societies, but they need a justification for it. And the justification is that they are bringing civilization and progress to these people that they are unable to reach that progress by themselves. So they're basically like the lighthouse. They're presenting themselves as the leaders that they need to lead other people that are unable to reach progress and civilization by themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thinking about the idea of the white man's burden, that's exactly what it is. And if you could see at this point in time, there is a very famous phrase that said, "The sun never sets on the British Empire." And we can actually see this here. So absolutely excellent what you said. And so some of these tools are found on the internet. They're easily accessible. Some are actually at the U of M library. But they can actually be used to actually show the extent of racial hierarchies, colonialism, and liberalism, and the effects of that. So what I've done typically for classes for undergrads, I've broken up students into small groups and given them time to individually and then as a group think about these questions before coming back as a whole group to discuss these. Because it's quite complex, it's quite uncomfortable, but you can use a lot of brainstorming activities from these tools themselves. And with that, I will answer more questions at the end of the presentation. So thank you.
So next presenter is Hyeon Lee, also from the University of Michigan. The title of her presentation is Teaching About Vulnerability Through the Narratives of Vietnamese Brides to South Korea.
Oh, there we are. Oh, it's like the top. Okay. Oh, I can't detach this, right?
No,
I'm just.
because
That's not a good idea.
live streaming is
Okay.
cut off.
Okay, I'll just do it like that. Good afternoon. My name is Hyeon Lee, and I am a joint PhD student in social work and anthropology at the University of Michigan. And today I draw on my research to explore connections between vulnerability and narrative in my presentation called Teaching About Vulnerability Through the Narratives of Vietnamese Brides to South Korea. So the goal of the presentation is to develop useful pedagogical tools based on my research on Vietnamese brides to South Korea for high school students. So first I'll introduce my research, and then second, the pedagogical talk. So my dissertation, the tentative title is Vietnamese Women's Stories from the Marriage Migration Cycle, Transnational Kinship, Korean Dream, and Feminist Practice. Okay. So some of the driving questions of my research is how can we move, oh, by the way, I don't know if, never mind. How can we move beyond the framework of human trafficking and the notion of migration as a bound, geographically and temporally bound event through lived stories? And then second, how do gender, kinship, class, and ethnicity shape these women's life trajectories and how they make sense of their lives? And then third, how can their stories inform policy and strengths-based feminist activism around marriage migration? So for those of you who are not familiar with marriage migration in South Korea particularly and East Asia in general, so from South Korea's perspective, like some reason is like the rising number of rural bachelors since the 1990s, and this is because of family planning policies in South Korea, where you know there was like they were trying to limit how many children that people have, and there was the ultrasound back then, so there was a lot of abortion of girls. So there's a gender imbalance since like the 60s for babies that were born between the 60s and the 80s. And currently, Korea has one of the world's lowest fertility rates, so it needs more babies to, you know, have its population. And also, as a result, relatedly, there's a very rapidly aging population and anticipated long-term labor shortage. So by the end of 2016, 350,000 international marriages, or 9% of all marriages in Korea were international marriages, and most of them, the woman was a foreigner. And out of these 350,000, 87,000 are Vietnamese women who got married to a Korean, and they're the second largest group after Chinese.
Okay, so on the Vietnamese side, I did my field research in Can Tho, which is a 3-hour bus ride from Ho Chi Minh City. That's like the largest city. It's not the capital, but the largest city. And it's surrounding Mekong Delta area. So like this region is commonly called the Rice Bowl of Vietnam because they have a lot of fertile lands and you know, they have a lot of rice and other agriculture. And despite like having really fertile lands, there was rural poverty since Doi Mai, or renovation, in 1986 when the Vietnamese government opened its economy to foreign investment and also withdrew from providing you know, free healthcare and education. Most of it got privatized. So disproportionately affecting rural areas and causing rural poverty. And one of the ways that families figured out, you know, survival strategies is through, you know, through migration, whether it's internal or transnational. And a daughter's marriage migration to Taiwan and then in Korea was framed as a daughter doing their filial duties to her parents. But also at the same time, women kind of like, a lot of them are into K-pop, you know, Korean pop culture, and choose marriage migration from a sense of adventure and desire of upward mobility and cosmopolitan lifestyle. Okay, so when I say transnational marriage migration cycle, let me see what I said. Oh, so in my research, I have found that perhaps similar to the circular migration of Puerto Ricans between Puerto Rico and, you know, continental U.S. or outside, transnational marriage migration can also be viewed as a cycle that is not a one-time, one-directional event, but rather a continuous cycle in which women move between different points and their lives are often anchored in the transnational space between Vietnam and South Korea. So for example, a woman who got married but ends up waiting for years for her marriage visa, although she's still in Vietnam, like neither her or people around her really consider her the same. Like she's already considered kind of a migrant, although geographically she's in Vietnam. And then, for example, a woman currently living in Korea might still have very deep ties with her natal family, who she sends regular remittances to and talk on video chat and, you know, influence family decisions, etc. So, and then the last example is of returnee migrants, women who decided to return after getting married, whether divorced or not. And when they return, like they might still be facing like legal and family barriers to getting a divorce, and also like kind of the stigma of her own natal family. So, you know, her relation with Vietnam has changed, and her relationship with Korea has not ended. And so through the stories of these women's lives at different points of the marriage migration cycle, you know, it makes these women vulnerable to abuse, but their stories also show their creativity, resilience, and agency. So these are some, I think, relevant points for discussing vulnerability today and how we might develop tools based on what I learned. And these are some ideas for a lesson plan. So my main question, like the larger question, would be, in what ways does transnational migration make people vulnerable? And perhaps the smaller question that can kind of like help discussing that larger issue is, how can stories help us understand the complex lives of migrants, as well as ethnic diversity in regions that are assumed to be homogeneous? So I think, you know, Vietnam is really far away, and really like I mean, in Vietnam, I have never heard of Vietnamese people talking about Puerto Rico. So the same way, like, Puerto Ricans probably don't speak about Vietnam unless it's about the Vietnam War. Yeah, so I think, I need to scope out and, perhaps like bring a comparative perspective for students to kind of like keep their interest, but at the same time kind of widening their views about, that assumption that certain parts of the world are homogeneous, and that's just not true anywhere. And kind of by branching out in Asia, somewhere like on this like specific topic of marriage migration and like mail order brides, it might be kind of like more, they might be able to, think more critically about that. Okay, so this is kind of using, like what do I want, like what should students be able to do after this lesson? So they should be able to define and discuss vulnerability in its various definitions. Also be able to describe an aspect of cultural and ethnic diversity in Asia. And then third, engage narratives and life stories as resource for understanding transnational migration. So some teaching materials might be basic information on Vietnam and Korea, not like the ones that you see in, commonly, whether it's like Gangnam style or, like pho noodles. And then I might use statistics, newspaper articles, and personal stories that come from my research. I would shape them. Like I wouldn't just like give them just a full narrative, but rather kind of give the context of their lives and, like what they say about it in their own words, but a mixture of the two. So, and maybe a concept map of vulnerability. And I would provide most of the definitions, but at the same time, like it'll be open to students adding stuff if they think of anything. So this is my rough, concept map. And how do we think about vulnerability and transnational migration? And I think you need to have both. We need to talk about social inequality, but we also need to talk about the relationship between vulnerability and social inequality. I mean, vulnerability as a universal human condition and how that's related to reproducing social inequality. So let me just like put them all. Okay, so, so we all feel vulnerable, at some points in our lives. I think when you get injured, you feel that you're very vulnerable, although you feel strong sometimes. But it also becomes the basis for action, adventure, and resistance, as you were speaking about yesterday. And it also is like emotional vulnerability, or just like openness to risks and the unknown is also kind of the necessary for meaningful relationships and experience. So yesterday someone talked about like the vulnerable observer. So if we want students to kind of engage narratives to learn about like personal stories of migration, then also they can think about their vulnerability. How do you stay open and also kind of like make it an exchange and dialogue by making yourself vulnerable rather than just kind of like, taking the story and like using it for your homework, right? You want a kind of connection, and in order for that connection to happen, like you have to be vulnerable. But at the same time, this denial of vulnerability as a universal human condition is what causes social inequality. So like certain powerful people with more resources try to like protect themselves from vulnerability. Like for example, if you think of gentrification, for example, like you're protecting yourself from like, I mean, you live like, where you live, for example, right? Like, and this can be analyzed and seen through the prism of gender, race, ethnicity, class, sexuality, and like so much more. And I might like pose the question, so what makes transnational migrants vulnerable?
But I don't think it should just be connected to social inequality. I should have probably connected it here. But, you know, like, and in what sense, you know, like, in what ways are they vulnerable to more physical harm or like lack of well-being? But at the same time, like, what helps them, you know, how does transnational migration also become a basis for action, adventure, resistance, meaningful relationships, and just like personal growth and evolution? So I think, you know, and that's kind of the way that we can escape kind of migrant, like the binary of victim versus opportunist, and just really kind of like seeing the more complex picture. But if we say complex, it just kind of seems really abstract, but by using vulnerability and kind of like, oh, it's like, you know, it's double, it's more than double, and kind of trying to apply that concept to trying to understand like transnational migration, that might be useful. Okay, so this is just basic information. So like, what do you think of Vietnam? What do you think when you think of Vietnam? So yeah, you have the anti-war protest, you have the Viet Cong and, you know, American troops, you have pho noodle soup. And in Vietnam, they actually call it the American War. So that's, and, and then maybe to like, maybe to go beyond kind of like what kind of our basic knowledge, I might present kind of actually like Vietnam is not just rice paddies and war. Like they're one of the fastest growing countries economically in Asia, and even during the recession in 2008, they were maintaining like a 5-6% like, you know, economic growth. Oops. Okay. Yeah, and there's internet and smartphones everywhere. This is the Ho Chi Minh City night skyline. And I might also add up something about, you know, economic inequality, you know, like kind of the uneven development and the importance of remittances to Vietnamese society, because according to the World Bank, Vietnam has one of the world's highest number of migrants that send back remittances. So that's like a very huge contribution to the Vietnamese economy, which again, like, shows that migration is not a one-time, one-directional event. Okay, and then like when we talk about Korea, what do we think about? We might talk about Gangnam Style, Korean barbecue, you know, Parasite. But not a lot of people know that there are a lot of foreigners in Korea for the following, like for the reasons that I talked about earlier. And in 2018, 2.6 million people, or 4.6% of the total population, were foreigners. Yeah, so that's like 1 out of 20 people are foreigners. And like when I typed in multicultural Korea, this was kind of one of the first images that popped up. And maybe one student, like, you know, one activity for students could be, oh, what do you see in this picture? So just to explain, like, this is hanbok, the traditional costume in Korea, and it's a man. It's a man like a man's costume. Then you have this little nest full of, you know, ethnically diverse people, and it kind of represents, you know, what they do and why they come to Korea. And this is the ao dai, which is the traditional Vietnamese, you know, like you see the hat, and then you see the Korean husband. This is like an ethnic Korean from China, and there's a lot of like nannies who are from there. Like even though they're ethnically Korean, they're also discriminated because they come from China. And then this is like probably like a Pakistani or Sri Lankan worker in construction, or, you know, one of those jobs that Koreans don't want to do. And then you have mixed children of differing color, right? So I might ask, like, yeah, so what does this say about kind of the brand of multiculturalism in Korea, and what kinds of people live in Korea, like what kinds of foreigners and from where? And also, because like they're all Asian if you think about it, right? Like here we would just like classify them as Asian, but not all Asian is the same in Korea at least. And you know, like what does it mean to have like darker Asian skin versus, you know, yeah, being Korean, like being like a pure, you know, like 100% Korean versus, you know, someone whose mother might be a Filipina. And yeah, so you might ask students, you know, how is this division similar and different to the ones you've seen in your own hometown, home community, and in the US? So just, okay. So, and then in order to think about the kinds of vulnerabilities that come from gender, you know, immigration status, class, I can give this kind of statistic about domestic violence against migrant women. And here, migrant women means marriage migrants, because that's the majority. So this is by a 2017 survey of 920 marriage migrants conducted by National Human Rights Commission of Korea. And it says that 42.1% has experienced domestic violence. And these categories include verbal abuse, forcing Korean lifestyle or traditional lifestyle. This is threat of violence, no economic support, like not giving them money, and then sexual coercion, and insulting family or country. Yeah, that was pretty big too. And you can pick more than one, which is why it doesn't add up to 100. But at least 42.1% have experienced one or more forms. Okay, so this is specifically for marriage migrants. This is the national survey that came out like 1 year before that. And it was conducted by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. And as you can see, the classifications are very different. So first is conjugal violence. And this one includes these four that I'm going to talk about. And then 2 is conjugal violence 2. This one is physical violence, emotional violence, economic violence, sexual violence, and control. So the first conjugal violence does not include control, and then the second one includes control. So this is like a larger view of domestic violence. So you might ask, like, I might ask students, like, how are the categories different, and do the rates, you know, does the violence rate change? I mean, different organizations did these surveys, but how they categorize violence is also very different, because you're not going to see, you know, forcing Korean-style life, you know, lifestyle to a domestic survey, and also, you know, insulting parents or home country. That's not going to be found in the other. So kind of like do like a group activity of like turn and talk, and then come back, and you know. So when we see this, we can kind of start seeing, oh, there's like a lot of like gender-based violence or gender inequality in Korea, and you know, specifically for marriage migrant women, it's like it's also influenced by their nationality, linguistic barrier, citizenship status, etc. And then, as opposed to that, I can present kind of a narrative of a returned marriage migrant woman. I'm not going to read this, but I mean, yeah, maybe I should, just part of it. So she's basically a returned marriage migrant who lived in Korea for 4 years. So 1 year after the marriage, like she was abused, so she left, but she stayed in Korea for another 3 years as an undocumented worker. But as a result, she was able to make and save enough money to kind of pay off her parents' debt and build them a house and buy land. And after she came back, like, you know, she lives the way she wants. Like, she's like a single mother living with her girlfriend. So she's kind of like a badass, you know, among her friends, and very respected. But also there were like all these vulnerabilities, right? So one thing, you know, I'll just like read the highlighted part. So there was a lot of financial pressure, and this is about the motivation, why she felt motivated to get married to a Korean man. And it says, there was a lot of financial pressure throughout my childhood. And by the time I finished middle school, I was thinking of marrying a Korean man. Back then, I thought it was all just luck, and I thought there were many women who were able to live in Korea with her husband. There were those who changed the lives of their family and also have a happy life in Korea. And then I think I also changed a lot. Before, I rarely spoke and was extremely shy, not confident. After going to Korea, I'm no longer afraid of how other people around me might think of me. So some kind of story. This might not be the best one. Just some story that shows different facets of vulnerability, because I didn't include here when she was undocumented, for example, and when she talks about like being scared every day of being caught and deported. So an assignment that I could give to a student might be, to make connections to your own community is interview a migrant you know through family or friends. And in 2 pages, briefly summarize their life story and reflect on 1 or 2 things that surprised you and explain why. And lastly, connect that to the theme of vulnerability. And I would love your feedback and how I can streamline this more, but this is kind of just one idea. And students can bring it back and share it with each other, and maybe someone else can read another person's randomly. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayan. Our next presenter is Rosa Emilia Cordero Cruz, who is a history student here at the Universidad of Puerto Rico. The title of her presentation is Rape, Estupro or Rapto, Colonialism, Sexuality and Violence from Late 19th to Early 20th Century Puerto Rico.
So, hello, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Cordero Cruz, and I'm a History of the Americas undergraduate student from the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras campus. Today on my presentation, I'm going to be talking about the evolution of the representation of sexual assault in Puerto Rico's judicial system, from the transition of being a Spanish colony to being under U.S. colonial administration. So before I start, I kind of want to say that I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank Dr. Hernandez for allowing me to submit, and I would like to thank the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation for sponsoring my research. So normally when I talk about the evolution of sexual assault, most people are kind of confused because in their mind, rape has always been that. It's been rape. Well, in Puerto Rico's judicial system, it really wasn't like that. So under Spanish colonial rule, the only 2 crimes that women could use to kind of have justice or to kind of denounce any sexual assault were estupro and rapto. So estupro referred to the deflowering of a virgin woman without the use of force. Words, false promises, and compliments were used to succeed in the seduction. However, eventually, this category expanded to include estupro violento, or violent estupro, which, as the word implies, does refer to the use of force. Rapto, on the other hand, always alluded to the use of force, and it referred to when a woman was forcibly taken from her home and robbed of her sexual integrity. So also, rapto shouldn't really be confused with kidnapping, because unlike kidnapping, rapto actually implies a sexual end. So in 1898, Puerto Rico becomes a U.S. colony, and then in 1902, the word violación, or rape, is formally incorporated into the island's legal language with the establishment of the 1902 Penal Code. So here I included a couple of photos. The first two photos are of the Penal Code. We have an arrow showing the word violación, and then on the second one, there's like a little box showing all of the specifics of that new crime. And then here we have a case from 1898 with the word rapto, and on the other one, we have a case with the word violación from 1905. So under this new code, rape is committed when you lie with a woman that is not your own under the following circumstances. So the first one would be if she cannot legally consent due to some mental defect, having been drugged by her aggressor, or for being under the legal age of consent, which at the time was 14 years or younger. The second one would be if she resisted but was defeated by force or violence. The third one would be if at the time of the act was committed, she was unaware of its nature and this circumstance was known by the accuser. In other words, if she was unaware that the act that was being committed was a sexual one. And then the last one would be if the act was committed under the belief that the defendant was her husband due to some trick, simulation, or concealment. So what does this kind of like show? So the first thing that we can probably notice, and the first thing that like stands out, is that the new definition of rape did not like in any way explicitly talk about virginity. So we can kind of maybe assume that under Spanish colonial rule, you know, sexual assault cases were more seen as like a crime against family honor, since patriarchs were in charge of maintaining the integrity of the women under their home, so therefore it was more like a maintaining the honor of the household type of situation, versus that maybe now with this new category of violación, we can see where maybe there's this transition from a crime of the family to a crime committed against the individual woman. So I want to see if this is actually the case, like if this actually translated into more justice for a broader quantity or a broader community of Puerto Rican women, or if actually honor was still an important thing to judges, lawyers, and the people involved in these cases. So going on to the project description and the theoretical framework, the first question that I want to ask and want to answer in this project is, why did the U.S. colonial government focus on the law to change Puerto Rican sexual practices? So in this case, how can ideas about a problematic Puerto Rican family or backward gender practice inform these colonial legal strategies? And how can these processes and this change be tied to Americanization, colonization, assimilation, modernization? So here we kind of see this first picture where the Puerto Rican family is kind of portrayed as dirty, poor, etc. So now going to the theoretical framework, we have historians like Aileen Finley who argue that sexuality is explicitly politicized during specific historical moments. This is specifically true during moments of transition, and that in fact she believes that sexuality can be used to produce this change. Laura Briggs, on the other hand, argues that although traditionally we see colonialism as this thing of men, militarism, economics, colonialism can actually come through reproduction and sexuality. So this is where kind of I integrate myself into the theme of this colloquium, which is that this idea that we have that this private sphere is that private and therefore is unimportant to historical processes is actually untrue, because the private sphere is actually fundamentally political and can be linked to social, political, economic, and the cultural processes that were occurring on the island during this time. So kind of to start with this, the United States has always presented itself from its foundation, from its start, as an unwaveringly anti-imperialistic and fundamentally anti-imperialistic country. So how is it that an anti-imperialistic country is going to become the next imperial power? It just makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't look right. So it's this situation where we have to find a way to change the language and change narrative. We have to go from we're colonizing to we're civilizing. So to show kind of how there was tension, and also talking about Lanny Thompson, a sociologist in the University of Puerto Rico, who actually says that symbolic representations are a means to conceive, mobilize, and justify colonial rule. So now using this as an example, we see that both members of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party in the US seem to be against this new colonization of Puerto Rico and the Philippines. And here I have two examples from the New York Times from 1900. So the first one is Imperialism Bitterly Denounced by Governor Candler of Georgia. So during a Memorial Day celebration, the governor was giving a speech right before he gave away the Medals of Honor. So this is like a very patriotic, very US symbol where you're, thanking the troops and talking about veterans. And during this speech, he actually denounces the Republican Party for being a bunch of fanatics, and he says, "The same party, drunk with its excesses of usurpation, is in violation of the spirit of the Constitution." He argues that these colonial practices reflect an abandonment of the teachings of the fathers and the traditions of the Republic. On the other hand, we see Mr. Wellington leaves Republican Party. So Mr. Wellington was a Republican senator of Maryland, and he actually said that he was not going to continue in the party because he's completely against colonialism, and he says, "I do not intend to support a platform that is against my convictions in such important particulars." So once again, we see this need to kind of justify what is going on in these colonial processes. So in this case, I understand that the bodies of Puerto Rican women were very useful for those who sought political control and authority and to legitimize their control over Puerto Ricans. So by this way, changing it where US colonial officials and the US has to protect the bodies of these poor Puerto Rican women from these macho Puerto Rican men kind of becomes useful so that now they can be more of a civilizing force. So here we see the whole situation where Puerto Ricans are racialized as an other, and what makes them that is the pathologization of the Puerto Rican family, and we see this whole situation where it's Uncle Sam trying to teach. Yeah. And in this book, Our Islands and Their People, it talks about how the laws of the island under Spanish colonial rule were there to enforce corruption, and now the Americans came to relieve the stricken people. So besides that, I kind of want to talk about how Puerto Ricans themselves might have contributed to this change or fought against this change or just reacted in general to this. So although there's a change in law, Puerto Ricans are still pretty much the main actors of these, cases. They're the ones who are, bringing forward their cases. They're the ones who are being accused. They're the ones who are acting as witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. So during this situation, it would seem kind of logical that old Spanish colonial morals would infiltrate themselves to these new legal categories. So I kind of want to know, did women claim new rights, and were these new categories actually accepted by everyone? Do they insist on maintaining their old values? On top of that, a very good point that Laura Briggs and other historians have brought forward is how elite class Puerto Ricans themselves might have actually contributed to this change and reacted to this change. So I kind of want to see how elite peoples and the local governments and also feminist movements reacted, because if they also described this as a fair change as something that needed to happen, you can kind of see how they themselves established the difference between themselves and the deviant sexual behavior of maybe like poor or lower class Puerto Ricans. So kind of see what's their take in this whole situation. So here we see some pictures of decent Puerto Rican ladies. We have from our islands and their people, they were modest and pure. I doubt not they are. And here we have a quote that kind of, a phrase that kind of keeps showing up even in violación cases, which says, hasta entonces reputada por pura, until then known as pure, which means until the sexual attack, she was known as pure, which kind of shows that this whole idea of purity and virginity pretty much maintained itself. So the last thing that I want to talk about is how did race and class shape legal outcomes? So what historians such as my mentor and advisor, Dr. Maria del Carmen Baelga, point out is that when we're studying race dynamics in other periods, we kind of need to rid ourselves of this modern idea of race and classifications. Normally in modernity, we mostly rely on phenotype to make the distinctions, while before it was more like blackness was considered as an unwashable stain. So phenotype wasn't really as accurate or couldn't be as trusted as other things. So other categories were utilized to kind of racialize a person, whether it be what is their employment, what is their family history, what is their behavior. Well, specifically for women, sexuality is what determined what race they were. And that's because for women, their sexual behavior defined their honorability, and illicit sexual behavior was labeled as black. So infidelity, concubinage, bad public conduct, and the procreation of illegitimate children were understood as behaviors of women of color. So for this reason, I want to know how racial stereotypes kind of influence the success of some women. And also what's interesting about this is that, on the other hand, what did this mean for white women? So by being robbed of their sexual integrity, that would kind of like launch them into this space of racial ambiguity. So what were the arguments that they used to defend themselves, and what do those arguments reveal about the dynamics of race during this time? Okay. Now going into my primary sources and my methodology and what I believe is like the most important part of my research. So my work will be largely based on the rapto, estupro, and violación cases found in the Puerto Rican National Archives Judicial Fund of Arecibo, because it's the archive that it's the municipality that has the archive that's most complete. And I will be studying cases from 1880 to 1920 because I believe that that's the time that better reflects this whole transition. And unfortunately, there are some limitations when you use judicial cases. As said Tortorelli mentions, the information that we are receiving now has been up to a certain extent diluted, and it has gone through this whole process. First and foremost, I can only study cases that were actually brought to court. Those cases that were not denounced, I obviously do not have access to them. And it goes through other filtering processes, such as the transcriptions that scribes do, the archivist to decide what to say, et cetera, et cetera. Specifically, the role of the scribe is especially important, because one of the things that happens during these legal processes is that whatever the witness is saying is changed from first person to third person, and right in that moment, we can see that a separation starts to occur between what the person is saying and what is being written. So one has to kind of really pay attention to patterns and see who are the scribes who are writing these things down, and what is the type of language that they are using. And some hints of this are when you find people that are using some types of language that it's hard to believe that they would use it. As an example, I found this case of a 7-year-old girl who was talking about the attack, and one of the words that was described to talk about the man was virile member. And I personally find it really hard to believe that a 7-year-old will use that type of language. So it's that kind of situation. Additionally, the accuracy of the statements, you should always be wary of what is being said in these statements, because when one goes to court, you're not going to say a statement that's going to incriminate you. So we have to look for these moments where temporarily witnesses or whomever is called out and there's like an incongruency and like evidence is shown to see how they might have like tampered with the way they were speaking or intelligently speaking so that they can find the best outcome. And the two examples that I put up here is, the first one is El Pueblo de Puerto Rico, or the people of Puerto Rico, versus Domingo Feliciano, a 1905 case with Guillermina Rivera as the victim. So Guillermina Rivera talked about living with this man and that she was promised marriage, and however it didn't happen, and since she's 14 years old, it counts as a rape case. However, people started investigating and looking into the birth certificates and the baptisms, and she did not show up on the date that she said was the year she was born. It turns out Guillermina was 16, which means that she is in the legal age of consent. So you see how Guillermina was very much aware of these new legal codes and what they required. So she tried to do the best that she could in order to like get the outcome that she wanted and to be protected under this law. So here we have some love letters of the second case I'm going to be talking about, which is the people of Puerto Rico versus Julio Simón Pierluisi, which is a 1920s case. So Elena Torres came and said that she was raped by Julio Simón Pierluisi, and that she was a virgin, and that it was completely unconsensual, and that she was robbed of her sexual integrity. So what Julio did to defend himself was present these love letters that she had written him, and talking about meeting with him, you know, wanting to see him. She said she asked him to meet her so that they could do things to each other. What is that? I don't know. I wasn't there, but like I can only imagine, and the courts could also imagine. The whole point is that after that, the case was dropped, and Julio and Elena married. And since in these rape cases, if both people get married, the case is dropped, it kind of just like stayed there. But the most important thing here is that Elena was like actively trying to better her situation under these cases. She knew what were the social codes and therefore tried to portray herself within what is a decent Puerto Rican woman in order to like be okay during these cases. And I'm not saying that maybe the case that she denounced was consensual. Like her sending these letters to him has nothing to do with that. Maybe in this moment she did, but in that moment she didn't. But she knew that the only way that she could actually get a good outcome for herself was by portraying her in such a way. And in the same way, Julio Simón Pierluisi knew that a way for him to be okay during these cases was by, you know, accusing her of not being sexually, you know, of not being an honorable woman and of actually being like sexually active. So we kind of see how these people are strategizing, and I think that's one of the most important things that we should do, because I, as a white Puerto Rican woman, according to my island's racial hierarchies from the 21st century, am not here to like be the voice of these women and just like speak for them and just like portray them as these poor Puerto Rican women that just had to suffer all these changes. Like they actually had agency and they had their own strategies. And like that's very important, because I don't want to keep portraying them the same way that US colonial officials portray them or white Puerto Rican elites portrayed them. So yeah, another issue with the primary sources is that I can only talk about rape cases in the most heteronormative way, because as we can see by the definitions, rape was defined as something that men did to women. And there's like, and since I'm only focusing on this new category, like that's what I can work with. In sodomy cases, there's little distinction between what is consensual and non-consensual. So I kind of just don't include that for there not being a category that like defines whether there was consent or not. And although these aren't like documents that are going to give you the absolute truth, because personally I don't think there's such a thing as like absolute truth when it comes to studying history, they are the closest we can get to seeing how these people's minds worked. So why is this important, and which ties into the whole theme of this symposium, is that we normally, when we study history, we don't really include women, marginalized communities, and just like the popular sector. We kind of focus on, you know, this great man theory and just like talk about big poets and white men with a lot of power who kind of like produced these changes and became the faces of their countries. And I just want to say that these stories are important because they're historical. The private life of people, the private life of the popular sector is important because it's actually a reflection of public life. It's a reflection of the economy. It's a reflection of what was happening politically. It's a reflection of social norms and like culture and just all of that. And in this case, rape is not an act that just happens to an individual, but instead it actually reflects this whole system, this whole set of social norms and ideas. So we're gonna try to make a history of law and culture that has a gender perspective and actually includes all of these situations. So, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thanks to Rosa. Our last presenter is Alita Akibo from the University of Michigan. The title of our presentation is Teaching History with Objects and National Symbols in Colonial Contexts.
All right. See if this is working. Great. Okay. Hola. Gracias a todos por venir. Me llamo Alvita Akibo y soy profesora de historia en la Universidad de Michigan. Hello, thank you. I'm Alvita Akibo and I'm a history professor at the University of Michigan y voy a tratar a hablar en español y inglés hoy. Yo aprendí español cuando era niña en la escuela y hoy puedo entender más o menos bien y leer, pero nunca hablo y quiero mejorar, entonces muchas gracias por su paciencia. And I'm also aware that I am the last thing before lunch y todos quieren comer, so I will try to keep to time. So hoy vamos a hablar en la historia con objetos, in history with objects, y primero lo que yo estudio, or what I study. Empecé este proyecto hace aproximadamente una década, so I started this project about a decade ago from a place of pure ignorance or ignorancia. Soy de los Estados Unidos continentales, de Indianapolis, and as we talked about earlier, Izuan, Wilmarie, we're talking about this. Personas en los Estados Unidos continentales no saben nada de las colonias, y esto es la imagen típica de los Estados Unidos, the typical image of the United States, y en realidad es una nación con colonias, a nation with overseas colonies in the Caribbean and the Pacific. Y esto es algo que las clases de historia en los Estados Unidos continentales no nos enseña en las escuelas, something that we're not taught in our history classes for those of us from the continental United States. Y so this is why I said I was coming from a place of ignorancia, si es la palabra, porque no me enseña en la escuela de las colonias de los Estados Unidos. Y otra misconcepción, another misconception, and one that many people, muchas personas in el Simposio have been challenging. Rosa, Brittany, Camila, ayer, es qué hacen los historiadores, what do historians do, que nosotros simplemente trabajamos con papeles y leemos documentos, y que los profesores también, siempre papeles, documentos. So quiero hablar sobre algo diferente hoy, cómo podemos usar los objetos y símbolos en las clases de historia, so how we can use objects and symbols in our history classes. Entonces, cuando yo miro en este mapa, veo las colonias de los Estados Unidos, pero también veo muchas banderas. See, so when you look at this map, you can see the colonies of the United States, but you also see a lot of flags of the United States. Y este es el tema de mi primer libro, sobre símbolos nacionales como la bandera, como el dinero, como los sellos postales en las colonias de los Estados Unidos, en el Caribe y en el Pacífico. So that's the theme of my first book that I'm working on right now, these objects that carry national symbolism like flags, like stamps, and like money, and how those objects function in the overseas colonies of the United States. So podemos pensar en general en cómo naciones de todo el mundo usan los símbolos para construir la identidad nacional. So we can think about this in general too. I'm going to be talking about this particular case today, but you could think about this and plan lessons for any place in the world really, because every country has these kinds of symbols on these objects. So as I said, specifically we're going to think about cómo funcionan estos símbolos nacionales en una colonia, donde las personas no están totalmente incorporadas en la comunidad nacional. So again, thinking about the concept of vulnerabilidad, vulnerability de este simposio, and people who live in colonies who are not quite included and incorporated in the national community. En el contexto del imperio colonial de los Estados Unidos, podemos pensar en la importancia de estos objetos y estos símbolos para las personas en Guam, American Samoa, las Filipinas, the Virgin Islands, y aquí en Puerto Rico. So what has it meant for people who live in all of the places I just named to pledge their allegiance to the United States flag, to use stamps and money that carry U.S. national symbols, or people like George Washington, and to be surrounded by all of these U.S. symbols without being fully incorporated in terms of their legal and political status. So I'll show you some of the objects that I look at in my work. Well, primero, las banderas en Puerto Rico, las Filipinas, y en American Samoa. En las escuelas específicamente eran más importantes, or they were very important for colonial officials. Estos son los sellos del imperio colonial de los Estados Unidos en los primeros años de U.S. rule. Jorge Washington in Puerto Rico, Abraham Lincoln in Guam, and James Madison in the Philippines. So, héroes de la historia de los Estados Unidos, pero en el contexto colonial. So, these were first used in the colonies. They simply overprinted the name of the colony on the stamp, and then these were used in el servicio postal, in the postal service. Y el dinero, la moneda también. Esto es un bill de las Filipinas cuando era una colonia de los Estados Unidos, y actualmente usan en las Filipinas este diseño antes de usar en los Estados Unidos. That makes sense? So this design of the $1 bill that we all know and use today actually started in the Philippines. This bill is from 1903, and that at the bottom didn't start circulating until 1929. So these are some of the things that I look at. Y Hoy vamos a usar dinero en Puerto Rico para hablar sobre objetos, símbolos y identidad. So the example we're going to be using today will be money in Puerto Rico and how we can teach about identity and imperialism through objects. I'm going to skip some of the context and introduction because Rosa just did such a wonderful job in getting us to think about the transition from Spanish rule to US rule and a little bit about Americanization. So again, so we can get to lunch sooner. You all remember La Guerra Hispanoamérica, we just talked about it. So, you get it. So, primero necesitamos hablar sobre cómo llegaron estos objetos con símbolos nacionales in Puerto Rico. So how did all of these objects with US national symbols come to Puerto Rico in the first place? Y esto es del Archivo General that Rosa mentioned as well. 4 de diciembre de 1898, 2 meses después de la invasión de los Estados Unidos. This is just 2 months after the invasion of the United States. In 1898, this is la Plaza de Armas. Those of you who are walking around Old San Juan last night may have seen this spot. But you can see las banderas de los Estados Unidos in the buildings. Y esto es un evento cuando oficiales coloniales le dan banderas a los niños de escuela de San Juan. So an event they held, the campaign was called A Flag on Every Schoolhouse. It was in Puerto Rico, las Filipinas, Hawaii, todo el imperio. They wanted a flag on every schoolhouse, so this was an event. They handed out little flags to all of the school children in San Juan. But as I said, we want to talk about money today. So these colonial officials también estaban muy interesadas en el dinero y en los símbolos en el dinero. Y entre mayo y agosto de 1900, ellos forzaron un canje de moneda in Puerto Rico. This caused a lot of difficulty for many people, but basically in 3 months' time, they made everybody exchange their currency from old Spanish currency to new US currency. So I want to break for a moment and just ask, what are some of the differences that people notice? So, ¿cuáles son las diferencias entre la moneda de español y la moneda de los Estados Unidos? So anything that jumps out at you, just feel free. Yes, so las palabras, right? The words on the money in the legend. Isla de Puerto Rico, United States of America. So very clear change in sovereignty. Perdón? Oh. The king? Is that what you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Oh, el escudo, sí. Yeah, sí, el escudo de España y el escudo de los Estados Unidos. So the seal, the Spanish seal in the first one on the back of the coin, and it's a small one, but the U.S. seal at the top, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you have King Alfonso in the Spanish coin, who's a child king. So a lot of nations do this. You put the ruler on the money. But the United States, you know, they have coins with people like George Washington, but they also had coins with kind of symbols. So this is interesting for all kinds of reasons, right? To think about personas en una colonia que usan el dinero that references otra, sí, otro contexto colonial, sí. ¿Alguien más? yeah, pesos to cents, so just the basic currency. I would also point out this here, liberty. Again, la ironía de liberty in Native American, yes. You could see how, so if you want to talk with your students about the change in sovereignty, you can talk about the war, you can talk about, as Rosa just mentioned, history is often told through, important white men and the things that they thought and the things that they did. So instead, you could ask your students to reflect and say, okay, if you were a normal person in Puerto Rico in 1900, this is one change, un cambio de la vida cotidiana, en que you could feel a change in sovereignty in the money you carry in your pockets, right? It's just a small change in your everyday life. So a way to get students to think about imperialism differently than just wars. You could think about it in everyday life, and these objects are really great for that. So for the theme too, we talked, first, in el papel también, and we won't go through this because again, we want to get to lunch. I'll just point out a few things here. As Leah noted, you have kind of the change as Banco Español de Puerto Rico, the Spanish Bank of Puerto Rico, and here you have this is national currency of the United States of America. Here you have the lamb, un símbolo de San Juan Bautista. Aquí William McKinley, el presidente, cuando Puerto Rico became a U.S. colony, First National Bank of Puerto Rico in San Juan, símbolos de los Estados Unidos, so you could look at paper money también. Sí, la gente colonizada siempre están vulnerables. So colonized people are always in a vulnerable state. This is something that we've been talking about this whole time as well, so I won't go into it again, but just to say that for people who live in U.S. colonies specifically, as those of you from Puerto Rico know, but those of you from Michigan might not, they can't vote. People here don't have representation in Congress, so they have a delegate, but the delegate can't vote. At any time, Congress could change their status, Congress could revoke citizenship, constitutional rights don't apply in Puerto Rico, in Guam, in American Samoa, and all over the United States empire. So when we think about vulnerability, we have to think about that right here in the United States' own empire as well. Pero la vulnerabilidad no significa que las personas no tengan opciones. So vulnerability doesn't mean that people don't have options. And the example for today is El Partido Nacionalista de Puerto Rico, and the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico, and the way that they've challenged U.S. colonial rule in many, many ways. So today we're just going to talk about in terms of money to carry through this example. So en la clase, para la mayoría de las estudiantes, el dinero es parte de la vida cotidiana. Money is a part of everyday life. That's why it's nice to work with students with this. They recognize these objects. You're not explaining to them what they are. Esto es objeto familiar, pero es posible que nunca hayan pensado en por qué estos símbolos de los Estados Unidos están en el dinero y están en sus vidas cotidianas, y es posible que nunca hayan pensado en qué ideas promueven estos símbolos sobre la identidad nacional in Puerto Rico. So it could be that even though students encounter these objects all the time, that they've never thought about why certain symbols are on these objects, or what ideas about national identity those symbols promote in a place like Puerto Rico. So part of this is getting students to think differently about what imperialism looks like and what resistance can look like. So cambian las ideas sobre el imperialismo y la resistencia. So el imperialismo parece un soldado con pistola o un empresario explotador, pero también es cosas como el dinero, como la bandera, y los símbolos norteamericanos sutiles y insidiosos que la gente necesita usar todos los días. So imperialism can look like a soldier with a gun or an exploitative businessman, but it can also look like a subtle, innocuous piece of paper, so making people be surrounded by U.S. flags in their everyday life, or have to use money that carries, someone like William McKinley on it. So entonces la resistencia puede ser reclamar estos objetos y poner sus propios símbolos. So then resistance can look like reclaiming these objects and putting your own symbols on them. So, un ejemplo, esto es moneda del Partido Nacionalista de Puerto Rico, y en los años 30, so this was currency that was put out by the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico starting in 1930. So instead of George Washington, William McKinley, or Abraham Lincoln, you have Francisco Ramirez. Somebody mentioned the Grito de Lares, I think in la presentación. So he was one of the people involved in the Grito de Lares, which was an uprising against Spain in 1868. En la serie tienen Mariana Bracetti, Ramón Emeterio Betances, José de Diego, y Eugenio María de Hostos. So you have Puerto Rican heroes on this money instead of U.S. national heroes. También un escudo de Puerto Rico, so the seal of Puerto Rico instead of a seal of the United States. And I should say that this, in high resolution, is on Wikimedia, so you can look it up and zoom in with your students and do all of this. Y going back to the very words on money, las palabras, hay referencias de la República de Puerto Rico and the U.S. State Department. So again, these objects can seem trivial, but actually as soon as the party put this money out, the State Department was so angry, and they're asking, what's on this money? What are they promoting? And they tried to sue them and say that it was invalid because la República no existe, so the Republic doesn't exist. So las palabras son muy poderosos, ¿sí? Even when we think of these objects as trivial. And I was thinking also of, Swan, the activity you were talking about, como imaginar una declaración de independencia. So I had a similar idea to think about if you give students all these examples of what Puerto Rican money has looked like through different sovereignty changes, you can also imagine what should Puerto Rican money look like, right? ¿Qué símbolos deberían estar en el dinero puertorriqueño y por qué? So eso es una actividad that you can do with your students. And you could do this not just in Puerto Rico, you could do it anywhere. So hay muchas cosas en que las estudiantes pueden pensar. ¿Debería ser dinero de los Estados Unidos o la moneda separada por Puerto Rico? And also that these debates are still live today. In los Estados Unidos, people are debating whether Harriet Tubman should be on the $20 bill. So these are things that people are still thinking about. So, ¿cuáles son los símbolos más importantes que representan la identidad puertorriqueña? What are the most important symbols that represent Puerto Rican identity? Should it have people on it or just symbols, places? These are all kinds of open questions. And when I've done activities like this with students in the past, they get really, really creative. Some of them like to draw, or it's funny because they can't draw, so everybody has a good laugh about it as well. But this is one idea for an activity. I've done something similar with students that has gone well. And I just want to quickly show, even though I've been talking about money today, one more activity that you could do with your students, especially if you're talking about statehood, status, all of these kinds of things. I've done an activity around Hawaiian statehood in 1959, and the debate that a lot of people don't know about, that we almost didn't end up with the flag. You know, it seems like it was a foregone conclusion that you would have las estrellas, you know, en línea, pero there were muchas ideas about what the flag should actually look like. Esto es mi favorito. This is from a school child. So people sent in their own designs to el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. So just USA. Un circle, like, there are just so many different ideas about how it should look. People also had ideas based on race and thinking that Hawaii is too different from the other states, so maybe the star shouldn't be in the blue field with the other states. Somebody suggested pone la estrella de Hawaii in La Roja, in the stripe here, because they're not white enough. So you can show students all of these different things and then ask them, okay, what do you think should be on the United States flag and why? And again, they get very, very creative with this. You know, some of them are saying, you know, the United States is just an evil empire, so we should like paint it black. And, you know, it's a good way for them to just kind of express some of the things they've been learning in your class, to think about how these symbols should be represented. So in the case of Puerto Rico, you could even think about, you know, should the United States flag fly in Puerto Rico? If Puerto Rico were to become the 51st state, should they be a star on the flag or something different? So you can imagine all kinds of different ways that you can think about these sort of everyday symbols and have students feel like you show them that a lot of these designs came from school children. They sent them to the government and said, we think this is what the flag should be, and actually the 50-star flag that we all use today, the design was thought up by a 7th grader. So you can tell them that to give them a bit of agency and motivation to participate in this assignment. So again, I just want to say that this is something, I look at this in the context of the colonial empire of the United States, but you could really apply these sorts of things and questions and activities in any context around the world because each nation has these symbols. So I hope this has just given you a little bit of ideas about some activities you could do in your class in teaching history through objects. So thank you.
Thank you. Ahora, so I'm gonna do something that I usually really hate, but I'm gonna ask you that if you have any questions or comments for the presenters, we can do it outside while we have lunch, because it's not only that maybe everybody's hungry, but also remember that we have one more activity with Darren, which is a pedagogical workshop, which I know is going to be also really important, especially for our teachers here. So let's break for lunch, and let's say that maybe like at 2:40, we can reconvene here for our last activity.